Chair Poland.
Here.
Commissioner Teta.
Here.
Commissioner Boone. Here. Commissioner Popkin.
Here.
Commissioner Saunders. Here. Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much, Jane. Next is communications from Grant Penland Planning Development Services.
Good evening, Chair, members of the Commission. Just want to wish everyone a merry last meeting and happy holidays. And that's it for me.
Thank you very much. Next item is the initial public comment, public invited to be heard. This is for items that are not in front of the Commission tonight or items that will be coming up to us in quasi-judicial over the next couple of months. So Jane is going out to see if anybody signed up for the initial public invited to be heard. And we do have some names. I'll go ahead and call you up. When you come up, please state your name and address for the record. Tracy, and just remember, a reminder, this is for items not before us tonight, so if this is for the Quail Road annexation, you will get your chance during the public hearing portion. Tracy Ibanez.
I did want to talk on the Quail Road, that development, so I might have signed the wrong thing. I've never been to one of these, so am I the wrong sign up on there?
You are, but even if you didn't sign up for the other one, at the end, we give anybody who hasn't spoken a chance to still speak.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I'm the next one and I'm the same.
Okay, very good. Anna Lukash.
Good evening, Chair Poland, Commissioners. Anna Lukacs, 515 Deerwood Drive. I miss you, so I came back. It's been a couple of months since I've been in those chairs. As you well know, I've been away studying for a doctoral program in transportation engineering. And since I'm home, I still reside here, I decided to stop by and share a tidbit of information that I've learned while I've been studying away. And I know you get, with a lot of proposals, you get traffic impact studies. So I just want to offer some generic information, does not pertain to any project in particular. So what I've learned or came to realize is that a level service of D or worse is not actually bad. And why is that? A level service of D creates congestion. And with congestion, we slow down the vehicle traffic. So in this way, we are protecting others from getting in crashes, from hitting the most vulnerable users on the road, pedestrians, bicyclists, peoples in wheelchairs. So by slowing down traffic, we're actually saving lives. So that's one tidbit of information. And I might come back more in the next few months, but I am still watching you on YouTube live or recorded. So thank you again for your service as a resident. I thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else would like to come forward? Seeing nobody else, we'll go ahead and close out the public invited to be heard initial. Next is approval of the minutes for the November 20th meeting. Are there any comments, questions, additions, motions? Commissioner Popkin.
Thank you, Chair. Jane, apologies for not sending this in advance, but I had a couple small corrections in the minutes, just for clarity's sake here. Should not change the nature of anything. On page 5, line 43, we have both Costco and Costo. I think we would like to just refer to one entity there. So making sure that there's a CBAC added to Costco there for referring to their multimodal plan. Likewise, on page 6, line 17, it says Commissioner Popkin asked how cyclists will get to bicycle racks. I would appreciate that the record showing that I cared about more than one cyclist there. So add an S for cyclist to cyclists. Thank you.
Any other comments, any other motions?
Sure. I will just thank Jane for documenting the extensive discussions that we had last time about a crosswalk and the negotiations that transpired there. And with that, we'll motion to approve with the clarifications that I offered before.
Thank you. We have a motion to approve, and I will go ahead and I will second. Jane, let's have a vote.
Commissioner Tetta?
Aye.
Commissioner Boone? Chair Poland?
Aye.
Commissioner Popkin? Commissioner Saunders? Chair, that passes 4 approvals, 1 abstention.
Thank you very much. Next is public hearing items. We have for the public hearing items, the review and recommendation from the Planning and Zoning Commission regarding the proposed Quail Road annexation. Staff Planner Jennifer Hewitt Epperson, Planning and Development Services, presenting for Phil Taylor.
Good evening, members of the commission. It's been a while since I've been before you, so good to see everybody. Jennifer Hewitt Apperson, Principal Planner with Planning and Development Services, presenting to you this evening, bringing to you this evening the proposed annexation of 4 properties generally known as 8902 Quail Road. So the current proposal includes 4 parcels totaling a bit more than 17 acres in the southwest part of the Longmont planning area. This property is north of Clover Basin Drive, south of Quail Road, east of Airport Road, and west of South Fordham Street, as indicated in this outlined area on the map. So this proposed annexation, as an overview, does meet the 1/6 contiguity requirements of state statutes. This property is within an area that is designated as mixed neighborhood in the Envision Longmont Comprehensive Plan. The applicant is requesting a zoning of residential mixed neighborhood, which is consistent with the Envision Longmont designation. Currently, the property contains single-family and small-scale agricultural uses and is in unincorporated Boulder County as part of a county enclave. So the applicant does seek annexation of this property for a proposed multifamily development that would comply with the density standards of the RMN Residential Mixed Neighborhood Zoning District. This district allows a variety of residential types ranging from single family to multifamily up to 18 dwelling units per acre. So that's the maximum dwelling units per acre for this particular zoning district. The proposed annexation does meet the review criteria for all application types, as well as the additional review criteria for annexation, and is consistent with the Envision Longmont Comprehensive Plan. So the applicant will go in more detail about the specifics of the concept plan, but I'm just going to give you a quick overview. What is proposed is a concept plan that includes 2- and 3-story residential units at a density consistent with the mixed neighborhood future land use designation. The maximum density in this category is 18 units per acre, which is approximately what is proposed by the applicant for this concept plan. This translates into a maximum number of units of approximately 310 units. More than 50% of this property is contiguous to the city of Longmont, so it does exceed that minimum 1/6 contiguity standard. So at the neighborhood meeting, residents and throughout the application process, the residents of adjacent neighborhoods did express concern about the possibility of 3-story buildings adjacent to their single-family neighborhoods. In response to these concerns, the concept plan has evolved quite a bit from what was presented at the neighborhood meeting back in April. And what is proposed is to limit the northernmost section of the property to 2 stories, and then also on the eastern portion of the property, limit that to sort of community amenity spaces, various stormwater detention, common areas and such. Primary access would be from Clover Basin Drive at 2 different points, and access to the county portion of Quail Road to the north would be limited to emergency vehicles only. There would also be access provided or designated for any future development of the property immediately to the west as well. So this is what I called my policy context part of the presentation. So this is the overall future land use map for the city of Longmont. So I think it's important to show this because it illustrates Longmont's growth and development policies and strategies. The Longmont planning area is delineated by a blue line around the perimeter of much of this area. This is a different planning area over here. All of the areas in green, both the light green areas and the darker Kelly green areas, are permanently protected open space that are either owned outright by the city of Longmont or by Boulder County, or are protected by a permanent, perpetual conservation easement. These permanently protected lands almost completely encircle the city of Longmont and provide an effective limit to how far the city can grow. What this means is that the majority of new development in the city is considered infill or redevelopment. This does ultimately result in a more efficient development pattern that is more cost effective to serve with municipal services. It provides a clear boundary for the city of Longmont and ultimately preserves larger tracts of open space for preservation. Our planning boundary is further memorialized in intergovernmental agreements with Boulder County and Weld County to the east. Zooming in to the subject property and the immediately surrounding area, Envision Longmont was adopted by City Council in 2016 and is the guiding policy document for growth and development in the city of Longmont. The subject property for this annexation is designated by a red star in that orange area, kind of dead center of the map. You'll note that this is part of a larger area designated as mixed neighborhood, which is what is shown in orange on this map. And this area extends west to Airport Road, goes past Airport Road, in fact, and extends up to Nelson Road as well. The gray area immediately to the east of this property, or of this mixed neighborhood designated area, I should say, is designated for primary employment. Hover Street is less than 1/2 a mile east of this property, just off this map. The red area you see on the map is the mixed-use regional center zoned area that is adjacent to Hover, that is along Hover Street, and it also contains a number of large destination shopping centers. There's also a mixed-use neighborhood zoned area, which is less than 1/4 mile from this property. And this includes an existing small shopping center as well as a future Ziggy's Coffee that was recently approved by this commission. I'll also note that the section of Clover Basin Drive between Hover and Airport Road, which comprises the southern boundary, includes the southern boundary of the subject property, is designated as a minor arterial roadway. So the mixed neighborhood designation allows, as I mentioned, for a variety of residential types at densities ranging from 6 to 18 units per acre. This designation is intended to provide a mix of housing options and densities in close proximity to services and amenities. It is intended to serve as a transition between single-family neighborhoods and higher density corridors, centers, or employment areas. I'll also note that Envision Longmont identifies areas of change and areas of stability as part of the plan. The subject property, which is part of an area of change, which is circled in blue on this map. So areas of change are either undeveloped areas planned for future development or developed areas with the potential for infill and redevelopment. The area of change that includes the subject property does have elements of both. One other item I will note is that I have reviewed comprehensive plans adopted prior to Envision Longmont and found that this area, which is generally known as the Schlegel area, and includes the subject property, has been identified as an area appropriate for future residential development since at least 1995. Finally, this property is located within an unincorporated Boulder County enclave that is within the Longmont planning area and the potential annexation area as identified by our intergovernmental agreement with Boulder County. This agreement specifically states that county enclaves within the potential annexation area should be brought into the city to ensure adequate facilities and services are provided, and to ensure that any future development is consistent with the goals and policies of the city. I'll note that only the group of 4 parcels at the southern end of this enclave, outlined in red, are proposed for annexation as part of this particular development application. The city generally will only annex properties with explicit owner consent. No other properties aside from the 4 that were indicated earlier and are described in your package are proposed for this requested annexation. So in addition to the mixed neighborhood land use designation, the proposed annexation is consistent with the goals and policies of Envision Longmont. The proposed annexation is within the municipal service area and constitutes infill development. Additionally, a bus rapid transit line is planned for Airport Road, and the existing 324 bus route serves Clover Basin Drive. So there is transit that exists in this area today. Any improvements to the section of Clover Basin Drive determined to be impacted by the proposed development would include sidewalks and bike lanes. And additionally, under Goal 1.1, higher density infill development is encouraged. So while the subject property could be considered a greenfield site since it's never been developed, it is largely surrounded by existing development and would further diversify the city's housing stock in a manner consistent with the policies of under Goal 1.2. So there are 6 review criteria for annexation, which are all met by the subject application and staff's opinion. The proposed annexation is in compliance with the Municipal Annexation Act of 1965. It is within the Longmont planning area. The proposed zoning is appropriate and consistent with the Envision Longmont comprehensive plan designation for this property. It will not limit the ability to integrate surrounding land into the city. The owner has waived any pre-existing vesting rights, and the proposed annexation meets the environmental requirements, the necessary environmental requirements by code. In addition to the review criteria specific to annexations, all development applications must meet the following general review criteria. Staff finds that the proposed annexation is consistent with Envision Longmont and complies with city standards. It includes adequate available utilities. The applicant has in fact revised their concept plan since the neighborhood meeting to be more compatible and better mitigate any potential adverse impacts on surrounding neighborhoods. The SES requirement is not applicable to this proposal. It is not within any of the riparian areas identified within the zoning code. And finally, a traffic study has been provided and accepted by city staff. And that traffic study, like with all other traffic studies that are part of annexation applications, if the annexation is approved, the traffic study will continually be updated and amended as necessary throughout throughout subsequent development applications. So a neighborhood meeting for this proposed annexation was held on April 24th or April 25th, 2024. The recorded live stream is still available on the City of Longmont YouTube channel and has been viewed 455 times to date. More than 30 community members called in with questions and comments. Comments from the public received from the public as part of the neighborhood meeting and application review processes have generally related to traffic, density, compatibility with existing neighborhoods, product types, and safety, particularly pedestrian safety. So staff is of the opinion that the proposed annexation is consistent with the applicable review criteria, both the review criteria for applications of all type, as well as the specific review criteria for annexations, and recommends approval of the proposed annexation. With that, I will turn it over to the applicant, who will speak in more detail. Let's get the right presentation up. Who will speak about the project as well. You're up, Ryan.
Good evening, Chair, Planning Commissioners, good evening. Thank you for having us. My name is Ryan McBreen with Norris Design, 244 North College Avenue, Fort Collins, Colorado. Pleasure to be here this evening. We're the planners on this project, and we're assisting the applicant as they navigate this process through the city of Longmont with your staff. First, I want to thank Jennifer, as well as Phil Taylor, who can't be here tonight, and the rest of the staff for all their hard work to get us to this point. We really do appreciate it. And we appreciate your time tonight. We're going to try not to repeat too much of what Jennifer said, but we want to build on a few key points and just talk a little bit more about what we're proposing this evening. So I think by now we know where the site is. It's easy to see it's where it is. It's the proverbial hole in the donut, right? There's development all around it. It makes sense for this to develop. Jennifer kind of showed the key details of what's going on throughout the city. Infrastructure, roads, et cetera, are all in place, and we're maximizing the services that are already in the area. We also want to provide a little more background on the properties. Previously, there was a question about the intentions and whether the owners are aware of this process and what actually is happening. This annexation request is comprised of 4 parcels with 3 different owners. The applicant this evening is working with those owners to annex these properties willingly, so they're here tonight. They actually would like to say a few words, so I'm going to step aside and let them talk for a few moments, please. Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you. My name is Steve Ward, and I'm speaking on behalf of my father, Charles Ward, our family, and as a trustee of the Charles and Eleanor Ward Living Trust. Our family owns, as you see in that map, the middle couple parcels. A little bit of background, my mom and dad moved to Longmont in 1960 with my 2 sisters. I was born here in 1964. We moved onto that Quail Road property in 1968, and when my dad bought that property and built our family home. I lived there from the time I was 4 until I graduated from college. My father still lives there today. In 1968, we were just part of a small rural subdivision surrounded by agriculture, and it really remained that way through the 60s, 70s, and 80s. But it's not that way today, and it hasn't been for 25 years. We, as a group of sellers, appreciate the opportunity to be represented in these hearings. I do want to clarify that it is the property owners who are requesting this annexation, not the developer. It's a really complex and costly process that we can't do on our own. And so we've engaged with Vista Residential Partners to provide us with assistance in that process. There's been a little bit of misinformation, I think, in the community about the fact that these properties are actively being farmed today. I would argue that they haven't been farmed since 1968 when we built our house. When we built our house in 68, same time as what is the Kesner's house today was built, and that's the same time that the Schlegel subdivision was being built. Prior to that, the land was owned and farmed by Leroy Schlegel. So we did have farmers as neighbors as I was growing up, but we have never been farmers. My dad worked for Ball Aerospace. We had a few horses for 4-H projects. In essence, we had a single-family home on a large lot that was big enough to support horses. The same is true today, other than the fact that my dad still does not have horses. Next, I feel like I just kind of need to stress the fact that we're talking about private property that is completely unencumbered. We're not talking about public open space, and I think that sometimes gets confused. It may appear as open space because these private homes have very large yards, but it is not. Neither the city of Longmont nor Boulder County have ever made a bid to buy either of these properties, any of these properties. So as much as I loved how I grew up in this rural subdivision, the area is no longer a rural subdivision. It's surrounded by the city of Longmont, including business, retail, and other housing. In my humble opinion, I don't think the city of Longmont's going to fix their housing issues by building more million-dollar homes on half-acre lots. The project seems good for Longmont, and I would encourage planning and zoning to continue the annexation process. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Melanie Boren, and my husband Ben and I own the west parcel of the land proposed for annexation. We've lived there for 24 years, and we feel very fortunate that we've been able to raise our kids in a setting where we could have goats and chickens, and our kids could participate in 4-H while essentially living in town. Our goats have been an amazing hobby, but we are not at all farming the land. We are private homeowners who have both worked full-time to be able to afford to live on this property. Our property is almost completely surrounded by City of Longmont. We walk to Target, Starbucks, and King Soopers to the east, and our kids have walked and ridden their bikes to school to the west. They attended Altona Middle School and Silver Creek High School, and they've passed duplexes, apartment buildings, and commercial developments. And while we appreciate the bike paths and the walking paths that are already in place, it is not lost on us that they go right through our neighborhood to connect the western edge of City of Longmont. We as the homeowners are requesting and supporting annexation. It is part of Envision Longmont's long-range plan and will be beneficial to Longmont in providing affordable housing. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Michael Kessner. I'm the owner of the eastern parcel, the 8902. My wife and I have owned that for 32 years, and like our neighbors, we raised our family there. Our boys would walk to Sunset Middle School. We were before the Altona and Silver Creek, so they would walk over to Sunset, and then as they got older, they would walk to the Front Range Community College. So it's a great place to walk. Kids enjoy it. I want to address some of the comments that were made on the December 3rd, I believe it was, meeting. Our property is not open space. People from time to time come and call it open space, but it's not. It's never been. It's also not a commercial farm. So what is it? It's a single-family home with a lot that allows people to have horses. If you go on our property, you would see there's a loafing shed, which is for stabling horses. There are times when we have never owned horses, and at times we have allowed both the Borans and the Wards to pasture their horses on our property, and then when they no longer have horses, we had to have somebody cut the grass off to keep the weeds down. We very much support the annexation. Well, we are glad that Vista has worked with us to bring the property into the city. And the one last thing is, there was a discussion about whether we were close enough to the city to be considered some factor of urbanization. And as you look at the other map, you would see there's quite a few houses and subdivisions to the west of us. We're much closer to Hover, to the other main street at the south end. So very much like to support it. We appreciate the work that's been done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for letting them speak, and I'll move along now. As you kind of touched upon already, there was a discussion about whether is this truly urban. Like we talked about, where this is the hole in the donut, and urban properties are within walking distance to retail, commercial, employment centers. As you can see, those are just down the road from this property, and 10 to 15, 20-minute walk from these locations. So, wanted to take a step back. We talked about initial conversations about where we went with this concept plan. And this was based on direction that we received from the city and viewing code and Envision Longmont. This was our original concept plan prepared earlier this year. As you can see, the biggest thing about this is we actually proposed a public right-of-way going from Clover Basin Road all the way up to Quail Road there, and it was being a public road, so there'd be access through there. And as well as we just kind of have a large general developable area where we don't identify open space and those sort of things. But after this concept was prepared, we started hearing a lot of concerns, worries, and see, these were some of the biggest ones, and this is what we heard. Traffic on Quail Road. The Schlegel subdivision has been there for a long time. They were concerned about punching a public road through there. So this application, we removed that. There's no longer any public access from this project onto this Quail Road to the north. There is an emergency vehicle access though, and that's going to be gated and locked per Longmont Fire and Safety. Density and height, there's concerns about that. Our maximum height is 35 feet. That matches the zoning around us, the single family, rural residential. It's all 35 feet as well. So we're consistent across the board there. As Jennifer mentioned, along Quail Road, we're also limiting the height of those residential buildings to 2 stories along there to further help with that transition. There's concerns about compatibility with the existing neighborhood. To further that, we have pushed and shown amenity, open space, and park located along the eastern side of our project, which we'll get to, which is further creating a transition and buffer from existing uses. So we listened, and we were trying to be good neighbors and trying to create a development that is cohesive and compatible with the community. Before you, here is the current concept plan. As you can see, it's evolved quite a bit from that first one I showed you, right? We talked about the vehicular access being removed to the north on Quail Road. It's just emergency vehicle access. We talked about reducing the height of the residential buildings on the north side adjacent to Quail Road. Green space on the east side will include detention, open space, potentially the amenity of the project, once again providing a buffer from those existing single-family detached residential uses. And then also what we're doing as part of this is there's going to be future development to the west. We're accounting for that, and we're going to allow a shared access point so they can access through our site so they can get to Clover Basin Road as well. So we listened, and we're trying to do a great project here. We also want to touch upon a few things as it comes to what we're proposing to do with conformance to the applicable documents. Jennifer hit this on the head, but I want to talk about it a little bit more. As a developer, as a planner, to start a project, we rely on any jurisdiction. The applicant and our team only have the guidance from the city staff and Vision Longmont, comprehensive plans and land use code. That's what we have to go on when we start preparing applications. So that's what we did. We went to Envision Longmont and talked about what it said. Hey, it tells us we want this to be mixed neighborhood, variety of residential uses, anywhere from 6 to 18 DUs an acre. City of Longmont said, okay, with that designation, we want you to have this zoning designation, residential mixed use. What does that talk about? Up to 18 DUs an acre with a variety of residential uses. So this application before you tonight, continue that consistency right along the board. We're going to go with residential mixed neighborhood, up to 18 DUs an acre with 2- and 3-story residential uses. As you can see, we've been consistent all across the board, and we're going with what the city guiding documents have told us to do. And I won't belabor this point because Jennifer kind of went through this about the zoning, what's going on, but you can see the consistency of this application, what it's bringing to the neighborhood. Clearly, the city wants more density along these major corridors, such as Clover Basin Road, with feathering it to lower density away from that. So we're being consistent with that. Once again, talk about the height. We're a residential mixed neighborhood, 35 feet max height. Talk about residential single family, 35-foot max height. Rural residential, 35-foot max height. If we wanted to go higher, we would have had to rezone to residential multifamily, which allows up to 55 feet. We're not asking for that tonight. We want to be consistent with the neighborhood and compatible with that. And another thing with compatibility, lots of times compatibility gets confused with same as, and that's not the case, right? Different housing types and densities are entirely appropriate next to each other. In fact, that makes neighborhoods better and healthier to have different housing types, healthier neighborhoods, and price points. And finally, before I pass this mic along, I'm going to talk a little bit about our multimodal plan. We didn't dig in too much to it, but a lot of thought and preparation went into that. I'd like to point out a few things. So we've talked a lot about this hole in the donut. Big thing we're going to do, part of this project, we have to improve Clover Basin Road, right? We've got to add bike lanes, we've got to add the parkway, we've got to add sidewalks and include that. It basically will match the section that's already to the east of us along Clover Basin. Additionally, we're going to connect with pedestrian and bicycle access from south to north, from Larkspur all the way up to Quail Road. That's going to connect those neighborhoods without cars, just for bikes and pedestrians. And then at Larkspur and Clover Basin Road, we're also proposing a roundabout to help with traffic issues, right? And that's something that came out during the traffic study that was reviewed from staff. They felt that that was the best solution for that intersection. And that's something we're committed to developing and identifying down the road. We'll also talk about other improvements, trail or walk system kind of on the north side of our property along Quail Road, as well as connectivity to the east property, or excuse me, to the property to the west. And then we're even actually building we will be adding the tree lawn and the sidewalk on the west side of Wildfire Court to our east side of our property there. So we're adding a lot of connectivity throughout this project. That's not only going to serve this project, but also be will also serve the greater neighborhood throughout this community. So this project's bringing a lot of things to the neighborhood, to the city of Longmont, and to the residents and future residents of the neighborhood. At this time, I'm going to pass it along to Tyler Erickson, representing the developer this evening. Thank you.
Good evening, Commission. Tyler Erickson with Vista Residential Partners. Thank you guys for your time tonight. Thank you for all the neighbors that are here. Thank you for the private sellers. It's a big ask of everybody's time, so I appreciate the participation. So to run through some of the more detailed things that Ryan's been talking about, I'll just kind of hit these point by point, and then you guys feel free to ask any questions for more clarity later. So yeah, buffering and open space. We originally had some buildings on the eastern side of the site where the green space is now, realizing that there's some single-family home adjacency there. We took a relook at our site plan, oriented everything towards Clover Basin, the higher density. So we're really trying to create a big, wide buffer of landscape. So there'll be detention pond, landscaping, those sorts of things, outside parks, you know, amenities for our residents. But a lot of green space on the eastern side of the site. The second major thing we heard from the neighbors, which is completely understandable, we are abutting a single-family residential neighborhood. So on the north side of the site, bringing in a 2-story townhome product to reduce the intensity and the height of our buildings up against Quail Road, we feel like that's an important transition into that northern neighborhood. And as mentioned earlier, the traffic access onto Quail, we're killing that completely. EVA only keys are going to be had by the fire department. So no public traffic out there. We really do want to emphasize pedestrian mobility. I'll kind of get into that. You can see them start to intersect there at Quail and 89th. But we also recognize that there's a great interconnector of a bike path up by Willow Park. That's about a block and a half north on 89th. Quail is a great horizontal connector. So I've been out to the site many times. I'm a cyclist myself. I mostly saw Quail being used as a bike path. So we, not only for our development, but for the residents of Longmont, want to continue that from the west side of Quail, coming east and then up north on 89th. There's also a connector down to Clover Basin through our development. So that's going to be a wide public thoroughfare, obviously not connecting traffic onto 89th, but bike and ped mobility. We feel like that's important for the neighborhood to the south, not only our residents, but those neighbors, so that we don't cut them off from access to that wonderful bike connection. A lot of buffering is going to happen. We have to add walks and landscape per the city code. So everything exterior will be finishing out the public right-of-way in Wildfire Court. That's kind of an unfinished cul-de-sac there. It'll obviously be abutting a bunch of landscaping and open space, so we'll give that the right treatment. And then a major consideration is traffic, right? As these communities grow, we have increased traffic. One of my favorite things about this site is that, as Ryan pointed out, you can walk to work, you can walk to Whole Foods. That is a wonderful amenity. Could I be doing a project further south towards Boulder on Diagonal Highway? Absolutely. Every single one of my residents is going to get in a car to take their kids to school, to go get groceries, to go shopping, to go to work. They're getting in cars all the time. Here, they can walk. The current owners already walk. So from a future land use for residents of this project, this is a wonderful opportunity to not get in an automobile, which I absolutely love. So we're going to emphasize that as much as we can. But there is an existing traffic issue on Clover Basin. So in talks with the city, we generally all feel like the best solution there is a roundabout. Traffic comes in hot and heavy going west, and you can't really put a signalized intersection there because it's just going to cause backup. So we feel like a roundabout's the right solution. As to the size and everything, we'll go through that with Longmont Transportation and Infrastructure Planning staff. But as our intention is to slow down traffic, mitigate the impacts there, and we feel like a roundabout's the right solution there. We kind of went over the bike and ped connection. One other thing to note, there's another applicant coming behind us to the west of us. We don't want to cut them off, and we understand that we're kind of going first. So they're going to use one of our entrances, and so we're going to provide them access into the western part of their site. So we don't want to cut them off completely or cause them to have to put more traffic where they don't need to. So we're going to share that intersection. And then the last most important thing, we heard a lot from the neighbors about, for sale. Why is there no for sale? We are not a for sale company. We build rentals. So I connected with David Emerson at Habitat. We are required to provide affordable housing on site. I'm working through a partnership with Habitat to provide for sale instead of rental. So I can fulfill that through rentals. We kind of heard the need, so we're going to flip it. I can't build for sale, but I can give land in this community to Habitat. So I'm working with David Emerson to carve out some land so that they can build for sale townhomes here. We'll have more to talk about that later. Next question is, what are we doing here tonight? We're doing housing. So why are we doing housing? We have a math problem. Our population in this country keeps growing. I think it's about 1.3% annualized. Colorado grows at twice the rate of the nation, so 2.5, close to 3%. As our population grows, we've not been building enough housing. You can see that happening in the graph. There's a couple of important things to pull out. One is the cost of homeownership versus the cost to rent. In Colorado, we have a massive spread. We're underbuilt by about 105,000 units. That is today's population. That is no further population growth. To meet the needs of current residents of Colorado, we'd have to backfill with 105,000 units, and I don't think we're going to get that done very quickly. So why are apartments an important piece? Because they're cheaper than housing. You know, if you go through the left side towards the bottom, there's a monthly discount to ownership. So if someone were to come in and buy an average price home in Longmont versus rent an average apartment, it's a $2,400 difference. It's just not feasible for people that are in their 30s. That's well over $150,000 a year of a salary to afford a $700,000 house. So how do we keep firefighters, teachers? I mean, 150 grand, we're not even talking about firefighters and teachers anymore. We're talking about not a lot of people. So I went to school in Boulder. I saw what happened there. They have 60,000 vehicles driving into their town because their business community continued to grow and they didn't build housing. So choices, more traffic, build housing in your community. I'm a big advocate of infill development and apartments because they provide a key piece in our housing continuum for those that can't afford $700,000. As a reminder, you guys have seen this a couple times. This is criteria for annexation. I think the most relevant is probably checkbox 3. Is it appropriate? Is it in the comp plan? Is it consistent with the proposed zoning district? So at conclusion, we feel like we meet the land use code, meets the comp plan. This has been in the comp plan since 1996 or 5, which is crazy. We have staff support. Thank you guys for your work on this to date. And applicant, yes, I am the developer. Private citizens do not know how to do this process. It's confusing, it's expensive. So we are here to lead them through that process. Yes, we're buying it at the end of the day, but we have the support of our private sellers and the support of our company and the support of staff. So our ask tonight is to move us on to City Council and approve this. So thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. Questions will come later. This is a public hearing item as such, and let me get to my screen here. We'll have the public invited to be heard. We have a list of names here. And just to let Tracy and Rebecca know, I will add you to the end of the list. Just to remind everybody, for public invited to be heard on this, you will have 5 minutes. We do ask that you state your name and address for the record. And we'll go ahead and get this kicked off. Does anybody, before we do, does anybody need a break? We're good, thank you. Okay, first is Conrad Kowalczyk. Cool.
Thank you, Commission. My name is Conrad Kowalczyk. I live at 1043 Willow Creek Circle. That's in the Willow Creek neighborhood there, the Willow Creek Estates. This has all been very interesting, and I'm very pleased that the homeowners in the parcels for annexation came in because they're our neighbors, and they have been for a long period of time. And so I understand what I think is really happening is the blurriness between annexation and compatibility. And I can speak for myself and probably for a lot of my neighbors. They understand that this property annexation would make sense. However, in your packet and in the public information, there are 75 pages of comments from neighbors, not just our neighbors in Willow Creek Estates, Westbrook Village, the Schlegel neighborhood, Grandview Heights. Every neighborhood that surrounds this property and is adjacent to this property, they made a lot of comments. Density is certainly one, and probably the biggest one. And while the commission looks at Envision, the planning group here looks at Envision, it says 6 to 18 dwelling units per acre, I believe. Is that correct?
6 to 18.
6 to 18. Okay. The Schlegel neighborhood, the Willow Creek Estates neighborhood, is 1/10 of that density of what's being proposed. Now, I understand it can be different, but different on a magnitude by 10. So the density is significant, and I would recommend that the Planning and Zoning Commission considers hitting somewhere in that stride between 6 and 18, not the 18. It's not going to be compatible. Also, in the illustration that was just put up on the screen, and I don't know if we can pull it up, it was referred to as was the last one that shows the paths. You'll see that while the emergency access out to the Schlegel neighborhood has been taken away, all of those walking and bike paths go up there. Schlegel doesn't have sidewalks. Schlegel doesn't, that neighborhood does not have bicycle paths. So we're going to unload, in this case, 310 units. And there's another 100 and some proposed to the south of it. So that's a lot of traffic on a street. There's no sidewalk, there's no bike path. And I think that's going to be totally incompatible. And if you're not sure about that, I would encourage you to go to those bike paths yourself on any day, on any time when it's daylight, and try and ride your bicycle, try to walk your dog, and put yourself there. The height restrictions and elevations, and sure, you know, when we put plans together, planning and zoning and long-term organization, they talk about different heights. However, in the quadrant where if you take the four major streets that surround this development, there are no nothing larger than two-story developments in that area. You can look at my comments. I'm listed as somewhere in the first three letters of those 75 that are attached to you. And I want to point out that in one of those first three letters, our HOA board, speaking on behalf of the 43 homes that are there, also spoke out. So what I'm seeing is a disconnect between what the public who are adjacent, what they've stated, how they've come to record, what they've sent, and the interpretation of what's compatible. Ownership is important. Ownership means people that are invested in a community, not living in one community and working in another. And so this project won't provide ownership on the parcel, and they're suggesting that there'll be some type of ownership arrangement with Habitat. But to accept this project how it's presented now is leaving a lot of details up to the developer and a lot of unfinished business. And for those reasons, I would ask you to consider not accepting the program the way it's
Okay,
outlined.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Next, Larry Blanchard.
Evening.
Good evening.
My name's Larry Blanchard, and I live at 4307 Bella Vista Drive. And we are longtime Southwest Longmont residents since the early 80s. I know we can't stop this proposed development, but we would like to see a more neighborhood-looking style to this development. And no 3 stories, 2 stories max height, maybe a mix of townhomes plus single-family homes, much more in tune with our neighborhood. And please, no apartments. This city is nothing but apartments now. Totally has changed Longmont forever. I hope you will listen to our concerns. We are the people being affected by this development. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Larry. Next, Gary Cunningham.
Good evening. I'm Gary Cunningham, and I live at 3609 Sunflower Circle. That's in the Clover Creek subdivision, just south of the proposed annexation. I have no problem with an annexation. I have a lot of problems with the proposed development. As you've seen on the maps, that the site that's being annexed is surrounded by single-family homes. Why would you put apartments in the middle of 4-sided single-family homes? You know, again, the Envision Longmont showed that they were looking at mixed use being townhomes and duplex type small lots. Didn't say anything about apartments. I'm not sure how the multifamily zoning comes into the mixed zoning. I'm confused by that because we have the large complex just to the west of Airport Road and Clover Basin, and you know that's designated on the map as multifamily, but the mixed use is now also multifamily. I'm still don't understand that. I've tried to contact Phil, the planner, about that, but I wasn't getting a direct response. I got a response, but not to that question. Okay, in addition to that, you know, if we had 315 units there, that's what, 500 plus cars? And everything that we're seeing tonight says that it's all gonna go on Clover Basin. My house backs up to Clover Basin. I see that traffic back up every night. Everybody, and they race down that road, either trying to get across Airport Road. The other thing that you've seen in the news is the accidents that happen there at, I don't know the name of that school building, but it's at the corner of Fordham and Clover Basin. How many cars have hit those trees? How many people have had accidents there? The proposal widens the road from Wildfire up to Airport, but there's nothing. It's gonna bottleneck right there from Wildfire all the way to the substation, right? The power substation. What's gonna happen with that traffic? It's already, again, I walk that all the time. I walk down to the stores along the road there, but what's going to happen with the traffic that bottlenecks at that location? I'm not sure if anybody's really taken that into consideration. Yeah, and then the latest modified proposal shows that 2 stories on the Quail Road side and then 3 stories on the other side. Again, I just don't understand how multi-use family fits into that designation. I'm not a planner, but it just seems to me that when you see the maps, multifamilies to the west of Airport, you see the apartments. But the multi-zone or, you know, mixed zone, it just doesn't make sense to me. So I hope you guys would take that into consideration. Traffic, the density mixed in with single-family homes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Chris Beck.
I'm Chris Beck. I live at 3519 Box Elder Drive in the Westbrook Village Homeowners Association. We're an area of 46 homes on 10 acres, and we probably have as patio homes maybe 12 to 14 feet in between each home. We have very limited walking space. There's a common area behind what we call Block 1, which is the westernmost street. And then otherwise we have one sidewalk on one side of the street of Box Elder Drive, no sidewalk on the other side. And then we have a circle that loops around and connects with Box Elder Drive. North end, south end, and again, there's a sidewalk on one side and not the other side of the street. We are predominantly an area of probably an average age of 75 years old. We have a lot of people in their 70s, in their 80s, some in their 90s. We have a few people in their 60s, but though we are not a retirement age community by requirement, we certainly are by the population that's there. We are directly, we butt up to Quail Road on the south side. Yeah, the south side. And so we are very concerned about, and I guess from my perspective, I don't know that I have an issue so much with the annexation itself, much like the first gentleman that spoke. The real concern is the population that's going to be coming in to these to the area that is surrounded by single-family homes. And so going from basically an average of 4.6 houses per acre to 18 is extreme from my perspective, and what that means in terms of vehicular traffic around us, pedestrian traffic, dog walking, and the results of that we see already in our neighborhoods. Parking on the street, I'm not clear on how many garages are going to be there per unit, housing unit. Is there going to be a lot of parking on the street? Will some of that come into our housing area? I do have a lot of questions, and I don't know if those answers are available to me now. But I certainly appreciate the presentation that was given. I learned more certainly than I knew. But it sounds like there is a transition area now planned to the east of the development. I don't see that transition on the north side. I understand we're limiting to 2-story adjacent to Quail, and then it'll go up to 3-story, but that doesn't seem like a whole lot of transition. When I saw the bike path and pedestrian path that'll go along Quail Road, it appears that it goes straight west, so I'm not sure where that ends. Is it going into the next property to be annexed, or is it dumping onto Quail Road and then potentially ending up going down Box Elder Drive? So, because I think that could end up, from a bicycle perspective, from a pedestrian perspective, end up going right through our development, which again is not intended for high numbers of use, both because of the lack of sidewalks and the age of the people around there. So, and I know I'll just say to the Borens and some of the other families that have owned this land, I came out here 5 years ago when my grandson was born, and it's been wonderful to be able to just walk around with him, see the goats and the chickens and
Okay.
the horses. But
Thank you, Chris.
is that 5
Yep,
minutes?
that was 5 minutes. Thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you.
Next, John Marlin.
Good evening. My name is John Marlin, and I live at 3612 Box Elder Drive. Just by way of background, I've sat in your chair. I developed the Westbrook Village community some years ago, and so I understand the issues that are presented. I've listened to the presentation, and I can see no way that 18 units per acre is compatible with anything in the neighborhood unless you go across Airport Road to the west and south, to the southwest corner and farther south. I know that when I was developing Westbrook Village, had I wanted to put in apartments, it wasn't going to happen. And so, and I understand the concern about affordability, but as you've heard before, not in my backyard. The part of the concern of the residents, and I've heard a lot of nice things about Coyle Road, that it's going to be a bicycle path and there's very few cars on it, et cetera. But I want to remind you that there is another annexation coming in right behind this one. And there has been talk that that one will have access directly on to Coyle Road and align with Box Elder Drive. I believe that it's incumbent that the staff require that the developers work together to provide a compatible ingress-egress road pattern that will not impact the existing neighborhood. When I developed Westbrook Village, the Schlegel neighborhood got together and they went to the county commissioners, and at that time, Coyle Road had full access out to Airport Road. What happened was they petitioned the county commissioners. They agreed that our little 46 home development was going to adversely impact their neighborhood, and they closed Coyle Road at that intersection through traffic. Now, it does, in hindsight, I think it was great. But I think that the use of emergency exits onto Coyle Road and an internal traffic pattern that connects these two neighborhoods. And unfortunately, contrary to the past, one of the previous speakers, Clover Basin is a primary arterial, and that's where the traffic should go. I don't know what the parking's going to be like for 310 units per dwelling units. That's 18 units per acre. I would suggest that the zoning ordinance require a maximum density of 150 units. Now, I realize that's a severe impact to the developers. We all put our pen and pencil to paper and figure out what's going to make a viable development. But we also have to look at how it's going to impact the existing neighborhoods. And there are no 35-foot tall buildings. There may be a two-story or two that at the very peak of their roof, they may get not to 35 feet, but up into the 30s. And so I think that the city needs to be cognizant of the impacts that these large buildings, and we know what they're going to look like. They're going to be big square boxes, because that's what the developers are building now. And so it isn't going to be hard to hit 3 stories at 35 feet. So just remember, there's another property coming in behind this, and it should be incumbent that they work together. I heard references to some cooperation, but there definitely should be an internal traffic pattern that prevents the use of Quail Road. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Next, Brenda Asberg? Auberg.
I'm going to decline speaking, but I want to agree with everybody that has said something to be against it. The traffic is not good. I'm just going to.
Okay. And in the future, if anybody else wants to do the same thing, if you can just please come up and state your name and address for the record, so that's on record. So that was Brenda Asberg, and she's 9657 Schlegel Street. Okay. Next, Michael Schuster.
Yes, thank you. I'll be brief. I basically.
Oh, please state your name
Oh,
and
I'm
address.
sorry.
Yeah.
Michael Schuster. I live at 9635 Schlegel. And as I was saying, I'll try and be brief. My main concerns are several. I'm not against the annexation. I'd have to say, just having lived in the neighborhood for 23 plus years, we've watched a lot of development happen around us. I have no issue with the annexation per se. I do have issues with the density. I do think that there's been a lot of talk about the area being a donut hole, and I'd hate to see the center of the donut be, not be compatible with the donut itself. I do think the density at 310 units is rather high. I don't mind it being, I don't personally mind the development per se, but at 310 units, it's adding a lot of car traffic. I have to get out on Nelson and Schlegel daily, and in the last 10 years, I've noticed that Nelson has gone what seems to me well beyond its design limits. Sometimes I've got a 5-6 minute wait just to be able to get onto Nelson. This evening, I was at the corner of Clover Basin and Fordham, and I had this was at around 5 o'clock. I had about a 6 minute wait to even cross Clover Basin. The traffic was both moving very fast, and it was just completely steady. And I'm just guessing if there's 310 units, that's probably going to put another 450 cars right there. And I think this is not just this one unit, but with the development that is proposed or may well happen on the north side of Nelson, and just watching the one development and annexation after another, I'm very concerned that the traffic is going to be quite difficult in the future. Another one of my concerns is with an all-rental community, I think there's going to be a lot less community involvement. People are just going to have less skin in the game as far as being in the community. I think it's going to be a more transient community. It's going to be changing the nature of the community. And while I realize that change is a constant, and I'm certainly not against all change, I think we need to plan wisely. And when we are bringing more people into Longmont, I think we should make sure that it doesn't deteriorate the quality of life in the neighborhood. That's it. Thank you. I appreciate a chance to speak, and I appreciate having been a general contractor myself for 40 years. I know a little bit about the business, and I've also been on your side of the dais, and I know how much work it is, and I thank you for your work.
Thank you, Mr. Schuster. Next is Scott Knight.
Good evening. My name is Scott Knight. I live at 1047 Willow Creek Circle. I think that's about the northwest side. I will first of all say that the new plan is much improved thanks to the people involved for listening to the community. I appreciate it. I think my only remaining issues are the same that other people have expressed in terms of the density and the relative density of this proposed development relative to the surrounding areas. Something closer to this lower end of the 6 to 18 would be much more compatible, I believe, and more consistent with the existing neighborhood and what's going on in that neighborhood. On a philosophical note, while I appreciate that there's a difference in monthly expenditure between renting and owning, the problem with renting is you don't end up building equity. And I feel like Longmont has done a really good job, especially in the last 5 years, of building a lot of apartment buildings, but the hole right now, I think, is in the smaller starter homes. And I think this would be a perfect place for that to exist, where people can build equity for long-term improvement of their lives, as opposed to rental income, which will primarily leave Longmont, including the funds that would leave Longmont to an external place, leading to the overall loss of that value to the community and those individuals. So with that, I appreciate the chance to speak. And I do applaud the what has been the issues that have been addressed so far. And if we figure out the density, I think we'll all be good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Knight. Next, Linda Bittner.
Good evening. I'm Linda Bittner, residing at 9455 North 89th Street, and that's part of the Schlegel subdivision, which is directly north of the proposal. And please bear with me as I try to incorporate what I've heard tonight, which was very good, with some of my prepared remarks. Just so you understand, our neighborhood was built in the 60s, back when they were building single-story ranch homes, a few bi-levels, tri-levels, even some 1.5 stories. But nothing big compared to today. Because we're in unincorporated Boulder County, we are limited now. If you want to build a structure, 18 feet, that's all you get. One of my concerns, even with a 2-story building, is that what I've seen recently in Longmont is when buildings are constructed, they are built way up. If you look at the apartments west of Target, they were built 6 feet above the ground. And now, and granted, they're tall, it's a multi-family development, but they tower over the adjacent homes. So my concern is, even if it's a 2-story home, it could potentially be 30 feet tall, given that additional ground level plus, the distance to the peak. So I do understand we have need for housing, and I support that. What I'm hoping is for a thoughtful design, because Envision Longmont encourages sensible and compatible infill development, ensuring smooth transitions in height, scale, and activities where neighborhoods meet. And I think that's what I've been hearing from many other people tonight. As mentioned earlier, there is the adjacent parcel immediate to the west. The address is 9308 North 87th. It's the northeast corner of Airport and Clover Basin. That's in the annexation process, and I think it's actually started to speed up, so maybe that's good news. But that parcel is almost 8 acres, the same proposed RMN zoning, and I find it essential that these two projects be planned and evaluated together in coordination. And it's not important only for the vehicle ingress and egress, but also for the placement of structures. I mean, what we see elsewhere in town is how the taller structures are generally placed on the corner, and then as the development moves closer to the existing neighborhoods, the scale of the buildings goes down. That's what I would like to see, a smoother height transition. I also find it imperative that the proposed development includes homes for sale and not just rentals. You know, Longmont already has a very limited supply of homes that low and middle income families can afford to buy. I was thrilled to hear that the developer is potentially working for Habitat for Humanity. I mean, what they built at the Veterans Community Project just north of where we are, I mean, those paired homes are wonderful. I mean, they're going to be affordable, they're small, they're not monstrous, but they still have garages, they have a little yard space, so it's a great place for people to be able to start and, as others have said, try to build some equity. I think building more market rate units for rent won't address the underlying need for affordable home ownership opportunities. City Planner Jennifer Hewitt-Apperson emphasized both tonight and at other presentations I've heard how little free property remains within the Longmont planning area that can be developed. I think that's an important point. Given the scarcity of undeveloped land, it's crucial that we take the time to find the best possible use for each area. We should be looking at how every parcel fits in to the broader city plan, ensuring the development is truly beneficial for everybody. I would say I may be one of the few, but I really like the idea of that bike pedestrian path coming up through our neighborhood. I mean, it's already kind of a bike transit area, and that just seems perfect. The times I've wanted to get down to Clover Basin, you know, you got to go all the way down west and then down. I mean, that'd be perfect. Another thing I'd like to say is I believe high density alone does not solve the problem of inadequate and expensive housing. You look at the two most dense and, not surprisingly, expensive cities in the country, San Francisco and New York City. Density has not fixed their problems, so we need to do something different. One other thing I'd like to clarify or just to understand better how some of the owners were saying that they're not actively farming. I find that odd because the county gives a special low property tax assessment rate to properties that are being farmed. I mean, for example, one of the properties the same size as ours, they pay $1,139 a year in property tax compared to our $4,500. So it seems to me if they're not actively farming, they shouldn't have that farming assessment on their property taxes. So something needs to line up.
Thank you, Ms. Bittner. Next, I believe this is Jerry Morrison. Did I get that right?
Sorry if my handwriting's that bad. Jen Morrison.
Jen Morrison.
Yeah, 9569 Schlegel Street. I want to echo what a lot of people have been saying in that I don't have an issue with annexation of these properties in and of itself. The issue, and I also understand the importance of infill development, especially as these properties are fewer and fewer. The issues become density again. I'm in the neighborhood just north, the Schlegel neighborhood, where we are basically at 1 unit an acre. So it's hard to imagine how 18 units an acre could possibly be compatible with that. I do appreciate the green space that you've added on the east side, but this there doesn't seem to be an equivalent on the north side. But just as importantly, I want to stress that the issue of for rent versus purchase. I did a quick search this morning on Zillow and made a few phone calls and put together just a couple numbers that within a 1 mile radius of the proposed Quail annexation, there are 117 rental apartments and 15 rental townhouses currently available, not including any coming soon, and not including privately owned rentals, which includes 27 units at Grandview Meadows on Nelson Road, 33 units at Clover Basin Village on Nelson Road, 10 units at Vera West at Clover Basin and Airport on the west side of Airport, 13 units at Fox Ridge near Pike and Airport, 7 units at the Legacy Apartment with more coming soon, 27 units at Clovis Point near Hover and Pike, and 15 rental townhouse units at the brand new Loop in Longmont at Hover and 119. It's also important to note that these numbers are during the slow season right now, so there's not as much availability. In addition, there are 561 rental apartments currently under construction on Nelson Road, west of Target, including the 264 units at Nova West and the 297 units under construction west of Nova West. So, in comparison to that, within the exact same radius of 1 mile from the property in question, there are currently 13 homes, including all housing types, though it does appear that they're all townhouses or condos. There are only 13 homes for purchase with a list price under $500,000. So based on this quick search, it seems pretty clear to me that there's a much greater need for affordable housing for purchase within this area than there is for additional rental units. And obviously, you know, people have brought up issues with the difference between rentals and for purchase, being able to invest in our community, stay around long-term, build equity. There's so many benefits to home ownership. So not that I'm against the annexation of these properties, and I totally understand that they are private properties. These are my neighbors. But I would ask the commission recommend denial of the application for annexation as is until we can have a presentation and application that includes housing type and density that is appropriate with the surrounding neighborhoods and that fills a need in Longmont. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Morrison. Next, I believe, is Mark Fasnick.
Hello, my name is Mark Fosnock. I live at 3631 Box Elder Drive. A lot's changed since I participated in the last discussion, and I do appreciate those changes based on the feedback. The buffer zone to the east makes a lot of sense. Just to be really concise, I think the density is too high. The comments that were just made about the staggering number of rental units currently under construction seems to be adequate. I'm just, I'm not going to throw the facts and figures at it so much, but have you tried to check out at King Super lately? Every single person that lives at that 310 unit uses the same grocery store. Have you tried to buy a set of tires at Discount Tire? 2.5 weeks to get an appointment to have a rotation done. I'm just saying, those new units are not occupied yet. We're going to have dramatic change in the life experience of living in this area if nothing were built here. I understand nothing's not an option, obviously, but 310 units feels too high for this area. I'd like to see that number cut in half. Concede the rest of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Fasnick. Next, Snowden Campbell.
Good evening. I'm Snowden Campbell. I live at 9522 Schlegel Street. Instead of, so to speak, beating a dead horse, agree with everything everybody said. I think the big issue right now is it's not the right time. It's too soon. We have too much going on already, and now is not the time to add more to it. And I would respectfully ask the developer and everybody else involved to reconsider the definition of compatibility when we're looking at developments like this, because our definition as existing residents of the area is much different from the legal and technical and development definitions of compatibility. Big picture though, please, could we just pause and wait on all of this? It's too soon. It's not the right time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Snowden, or Ms. Campbell. Next, Garth Lenberg.
Good evening. I'm Garth Lindbergh at 1121 Alder Way. And I guess to reiterate, the things I'd be concerned about is the high density. Again, I think it's going to create too much traffic in this small area. Clover Basin already is busy, and it sounds like it might be widened or something. I didn't hear anything about that other than bike lanes. But if they're going to add a roundabout, that seems like it's just going to bottleneck it. So you're going to be trying to get more traffic out of there, and then you're going to bottleneck it. It doesn't make sense. So I don't see how that's going to work. And the other concern is on Quail Road, even though they're trying to make sure that's not a place that you can go in and out of and so forth. I think the apartment users are going to end up using that for overflow parking, and you're going to have a problem up there where they may need to have like a fence or something or some deterrent so that doesn't become a new parking lot for everybody. That's really the main thing that I'm concerned about is the traffic and what's going to happen like with Quail Road and so forth. There's even it's a small park that's the Northern Colorado Water District owns it because of the water lines that run underneath it. And I think that's going to become a new park for these apartments too. I can see everything flowing north on that. And this is only 2/3 of what's going on with that western development coming in. So we're talking probably 700 cars between both places. So that's my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lindbergh. Next, Maura Kelly.
Hi, my name is Marva Kelly, as in marvelous. I live at 1033 Box Elder Circle, Westbrook Village. And my husband and I bought this house 23 years ago. And when we drove in, we asked what the little red brick building was. And they said, oh, that's a pump station. So that we'll have adequate water to put out a fire, because this is the end of the city of Longmont's water protection area, whatever. And so I was very relieved to know that there would be enough water to put out a fire. Okay, now I'm not feeling so comfortable. 310 units on this 18 acres. You've got an average of 200 to 400 gallons of water per unit each day. What's that going to do to our low water pressure, our ability to put out a fire? I don't want another Marshall Fire in this area. I don't think anybody does. It scares me to death when I see the people on the north end of this with their fire pit and their barbecue parked right next to the 6-foot tall dry weeds on a windy day. It scares me. And so does the fact that Nova West has 262 apartments that use 200 gallons or more a day. That Lupine has 263 units that use 200 to 400 gallons a day. And that you have Clovis Point has another 208 units that are using 200 to 400 gallons of water a day. I really don't think this meets the qualifications for the fire flow into that area, for the ability for the fire department to put out a fire. And my view is the same with the density. I think it's way too much for the city utilities to take on. And I appreciate your time and listening.
Thank you, Ms. Kelly. Next, Dave Kibble. Kimet?
Yeah.
Okay.
It actually doesn't matter. Hi. Thank you, commissioners, for being here tonight. I appreciate your time. I've been in your seat before as a planning commissioner, not in the city of Longmont, but I know the stress that it can put upon your lives, and it's a wonderful service, so thank you. So my name is David Kimet. I live at 9536 Schlegel Street, Longmont. I'm only here tonight as a homeowner because I benefited a few moons ago, being an old guy now, from being able to purchase a condominium as my first home. It was 350 square feet, and those are not being built unfortunately, at this time. Now, part of that is not the City of Longmont's issue. A lot of that goes to with developer liabilities and builder liabilities at the state level, which I'm sure you're all aware of. And it's unfortunate that cities around Colorado are victims of that because the state has kicked the can down the road for years and years and years. That said, there are other options. There's the missing middle, which I'm sure everyone on this board is aware of. And missing middle housing is lacking in Longmont. We have tilted in favor of apartment building for several years now as a default mechanism for affordable housing. That's not the only road. Again, as everyone here on this board is aware, Envision Longmont speaks to just that. We have to think in different ways for housing. By the way, for everyone here tonight, Envision Longmont has been brought up several times, and in case you're not aware, that's the comprehensive plan for Longmont. Every city in Colorado is mandated to have a comprehensive plan. Ours is called Envision Longmont. It was adopted in 2016, and it has some really great features to it that are pertinent today, even though it's 8 years old. I'd encourage everyone to take a look. In particular, I'd like to focus on Envision Longmont Strategy 3, strategies to support housing, services, amenities, and opportunities for all. On page 172 of this document, Strategy 3.5, work with area partners to routinely monitor housing trends to identify gaps in types of housing. We have a gap in a type of housing. And the gap is there's nothing for anyone to purchase here who is of modest means, and that included me many years ago, and my kids who are 18 and 22 will never be able to live in Longmont, unfortunately, at least at the level of home ownership. And as much as the developer tonight speaks to the truth that apartments are what people can afford, that is not the only way, and it's because we haven't thought boldly. We have to think differently about how this town is visioned. Envision Longmont is a great guidepost for that, and I encourage the city to refer to it frequently in how we go through the development process. Others before me tonight have stated, by the way, I agree with the annexation. The annexation by all means should happen. However, a condition on this annexation should be in place, and that condition should be the development proposal will not be allowed to proceed until and unless the property adjacent to the west is annexed. Because those two are two peas in a pod, and without one, the other one really can't happen. It's nice that the developer has a connection opportunity to it on his plan, but that leaves open so much room for risk. Others have spoken to that risk along Quail Road and the Box Elder subdivision. We can't allow this potential high-density proposal to occur with another high-density proposal that's unbeknownst to any of us what that will be in the end. They have to be together in tandem. It's incumbent upon this board to create that condition tonight as a part of this annexation. How much time do I have left? I'm down to 58 seconds. I'm not going to be able to say everything, so I'll talk rapidly. I agree entirely with the pedestrian and bike path connecting from Larkspur through the neighborhood. That needs to happen, and there needs to be some sort of lighted pedestrian access across Clover Basin, because to have a mile gap between Airport and Hover is inconceivable for a pedestrian-friendly community. It needs to be something more than just that. Finally, there is a planner of record. He's considered the father of planning. His name is Daniel Burnham. And he said this in 1909. Make no little plans. They have no magic to stir men's blood and probably will not themselves be realized. Make big plans. Aim high and hope and work, remembering that a noble, logical diagram once recorded will never die. But long after we are gone will be a living thing, asserting itself with ever-growing insistency. Remember that our sons and grandsons are going to do things that would stagger us.
Thank you, Mr. Kmet. Next on the list, and now we can get to Tracy Ibanez.
I'm Tracy Ibanez, close enough, and I live at 1409 Clover Creek Drive, and obviously I am new to this because I didn't even know what list to sign, so this is my first foray. But I live in the Clover Creek subdivision. And a lot of these other areas that actually are adjacent to the development have been very vocal, and understandably so. But as a Clover Creek resident who literally lives on Clover Basin, my backyard will be across the street from this, I feel like we're really kind of getting the short end of the stick on this development, because, you know, the other side gets the 2-story, we're getting the 3-story. We, as someone mentioned, getting out of Clover Creek right now onto Clover Basin is a very difficult thing. So having all of the traffic dumped out onto Clover Basin, that's going to be a very big hardship. Without a light, apparently, I just assumed we're going to have a light, because otherwise we're never going to get out. But that's not part of the plan, it sounds like. I drive my kids to Altona because there's no bus service. And I have school-aged kids. I have one child at Blue Mountain and one at Altona right now. I drive them both when it's the morning or pickup. Clover Basin is busy. And I drive my kids, but other kids bike, other kids walk. It's going to be very problematic. So I'm concerned as a resident of Clover Creek that perhaps my community has not been vocal enough, because I feel like we are really, other communities have been very vocal, and like I said, I support them in their fight, and I'm happy for them because we use the walking paths and all that, but as you see how it's going to happen, it's very disconcerting for us. And we have another exit out onto Airport from our community, but we're about to get the Kanemoto estates. The conservation easement has been given up, and so now Airport's going to be off the chain. It's going to be very difficult for us. And as someone said, I understand that we need affordable homes, and I know we need more housing, but we live here. I bought my property on a two-lane road, and I understand that change happens, and I'm all about the annexation because, of course, it makes sense. But the density and the proposal, I just don't think it makes sense. It's 310 units dumping out into Clover Basin and Airport. It's not going to be feasible. And when someone said, I just checked out at King Soopers today, we don't have the infrastructure. I could go to Safeway or whatever, but I think someone said it's the most utilized King Soopers maybe in the state or something like that. It's very busy already. So my concern is the density, and my concern again is, as a Clover Creek resident, that we are really the ones who did not advocate for ourselves, and now we're going to be paying the price. And I don't see how a traffic circle, I'm not a street planner or a traffic planner, so obviously maybe it would work, but a traffic circle, as someone said, we go down to one lane on Clover Basin in front of Altona and Eagle Crest and all that, and I will tell you in the mornings, like I said, when there's traffic, it's trafficked. So that's all, and I hope that you will consider perhaps, like we said, revisiting this plan and lowering the density, and also figuring out how to, we bought our home with a certain understanding of what we were going to be getting, and now I'm not even going to be able to get out of my community. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Tracy. And Rebecca Mayernick.
My name is Rebecca Mayernick. I live at 1308 Indian Paintbrush Lane. Sorry. I, too, live in the Clover Creek development at the corner of Airport and Clover Basin. As Tracy mentioned, it is a hard left to make onto that Clover Basin already. Add in construction traffic, add in 300 plus more units. We're not going to be able to make that left turn. Right turn, sure. Left turn, not a chance. We would have to wind through our neighborhood and go out onto Airport. Airport, like he mentioned as well, the Kanemoto estate is going into proposal planning. I looked at the website. They're proposing 400 plus units for that area as well. I understand progress. I've been shocked that that field hasn't disappeared so far. Of course, it's going to happen. The density concerns me. My kids luckily get a ride to school, but I am terrified to send my 12-year-old on a bike to his middle school. He has to cross Airport Road. That is a 4-lane road, 45 miles per hour, and I guarantee you there are people doing 65 constantly. Our neighbor across the street, his child has been hit by a car twice biking across that road. I have another friend who reported similar for his children as well. The onus is on Longmont City to consider these issues because a child could very easily be killed at that intersection. Airport Road is dangerous. I understand it's a big artery. Clover Basin is called an artery. In our area, in our very small section right there, it is not. It is a 2-lane road. There is a very narrow sidewalk on one side and a wider one on the other. Things are going to have to be bulldozed to make enough room. And I'm not sure there is enough room to even spread the road out. There's a tight turn right there, right between Fordham and our entry to our neighborhood, Larkspur. There is an S-curve. When we want to walk across to what we call the barn park, we have to take our lives in our hands and dash across the road. I'm holding both my boys' hands. Let's run, kiddos. That's the only way to get to that park. It's a jog across that road. The traffic is a major concern already. And now we're talking construction traffic, and now we're talking additional units. Again, I understand proposal of growth. It's reasonable, but this scares me. It will not be this kid-friendly neighborhood that we used to have. And I will not be able to let my kids take a walk around the outside of our neighborhood. And so density is a major concern, and not density for this specific place. Like everybody has mentioned, there's Vera West. There's that Nova West, I believe it's called, and then the Kanemoto Estate development. All of this is all coming in the same general vicinity. And so if it were just a question of one development, yeah, that happens, of course, development happens. But it's when we take the cumulative effect of all of these and start looking at it, the overall effect of this southwest corner of Longmont is becoming more and more dramatic. And I'm concerned, and as my children go to middle school, I am very worried about them crossing Airport Road, and Clover Basin honestly as well. There are not people. I encourage you to come out at 8 o'clock when all the kids are heading to school. And I'll say too, there is an underpass. It's 0.4 of a mile up. It's towards the further north neighborhoods from Airport Road. When you're a 13-year-old, you're not going to take the extra 10 minutes to drive up to that underpass when you can just cross the dang road. You're not going to take that time. So at the very least, it is incumbent on Longmont to realize that if they're going to approve this, then they also absolutely need to adjust our infrastructure. We need underpasses. We need more busing. We need better bike lanes, because there are bike lanes. They're not safe. And we need crosswalk guards. We need blinking lights. My kids are not safe at the corner of Airport Road and Clover Basin now, and that's going to continue to be a factor. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. That is the list of everybody who has signed up. At this point, I'll go ahead and open up. If anybody else would like to come forward, you do get your chance. We do have several people, so you can, if you want to kind of line up there, however you want to do it, wait till it opens. Remember, you have 5 minutes, and please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Mary Kite, and I live at 1825 Lombardi Street. Not anywhere really close to this particular situation. I'm over in Renaissance. However, first of all, I have to say, I absolutely love Longmont. It's an amazing city. I came here in 2016, fell in love with it, and bought a home right away. It's peaceful. I grew up in a major city where there's a ton of density, a ton of traffic. And when I first got here, it was, I thought I had died and gone to heaven. People drove slow. They stopped for you before you even got to the crosswalk. They just stopped because you were going to cross. It was magical. And I want to commend I want to commend the owners of the property, because they talked about, and in each three of them, I heard them talk about a common theme, which was their kids were able to grow up on this like piece of land and have some space, and how great that was. And wow, what an amazing life. Sorry, I'm burning my time here. Houses are expensive. Apartments are also expensive because there's no cap on how much it goes up each year. I've had friends who've had to downsize from 2 bedrooms to 1 bedroom because they couldn't afford the rising rent. So building more apartments is not the catch-all here. It's thoughtful movement forward. It's stepping back from the density. And maybe giving people an opportunity. I've heard some great ideas here to rethink this. And I would hope that the planning committee, along with the builders, just hit a pause, take a breath, and really think this through. I walk a lot. I'm retired, thank goodness. I worked in law enforcement for LAPD for 26 years. Busy, stressful. I'm glad to be here. And I walk through these neighborhoods. The Schlegel neighborhood, it's amazing. I walk by like this bike path. I think it's Jen's property. It's an acre. And it's like, I can't even imagine putting like 18 units on that on that acre where this Quail Road was. 18 units on 1 acre, and there's 17 acres. That's a lot. The little red barn park, it's amazing. There's a lot of kids out there, a lot of people walking and on the bike paths. And just don't rush. Don't rush, because you're creating a future for other people. And when we're all gone, the legacy of Longmont planning is really going to continue. And I think that's something that you have to consider, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Can we have the next person come forward? Remember, name and address for the record.
Sure, thanks. Wasn't planning on speaking, but my name is Michael Stroh, 4145 San Marco Drive. And what's your first name? Tyler. I mean, isn't this kind of boring, really, Tyler? It's the same game every time, every project. Tyler or whoever it is goes to the max density of what he's asking for, knowing that going through the process, which is good because you get the input from the community, most of the time he doesn't get the density, okay? It wastes a lot of people's time, but that's the way it is. That's the process. What I've heard tonight, and it was interesting listening to the homeowners, I want you guys to get the most money you can, okay? But I really feel like you're gonna do that if you can get together with the pig farm on the corner.
Yeah, but can you please?
Yeah. If you can get together with the guy on the corner, the pig guy, and work together. That is like so important here. Everybody has talked about traffic. Traffic is horrible. Clover Basin on the Renaissance side was never designed for how much traffic is there. It just never was. And to say, oh, we'll figure the roundabout out later, what comes up for me around that is, what does that mean? All the monuments around there get taken out? The whole thing gets really compromised from where it is? There's three monuments right now at that intersection. Does that just get taken out? Who knows? The other part that it would be great to see is what your buildings look like. I mean, wouldn't that give everybody more information on whether this thing really even works? It has to work because you've already figured out the amount of units that you can put on there. So you've already done some of the work. It would be really helpful to see that, because the other thing that happens when you max out is the buildings just get boxy, just like the other guy said. And, you know, you guys didn't do yourself much of a favor with that giant project next to Target. I don't know anybody who likes that. But that's what happens when you max out. You just get boxes. So it would be interesting to see, you could help yourself by showing us what you're going to do. But I really feel like the traffic part of the traffic department, the part of Longmont, has always struggled. And there are no really clear answers to this particular application of how it's all really going to work, traffic-wise. You know, I haven't paid a lot of attention lately, but the Kamamoto site, I looked at it just briefly, and you've got these right-in and right-outs on Airport, but everybody there is going to want to turn left and go to Boulder. You know, that's a mess in the making. So I would encourage you to talk to the other landowner, work together, have these landowners work together with them and come back with a proposal that is comprehensive. And spend some more time on the roundabout, there's so many different traffic issues here that are unresolved. I'm like everybody else. I'm not opposed to it. I mean, but it is interesting that if you look at the zoning map, the real compatibility for this site is the yellow color, the single-family homes. You've got single-family homes on 3 sides. Isn't the real compatibility just more single-family homes? I know that's unrealistic in today's world, but that's really the compatibility, it seems. And there is one more thing about affordability and apartments that may not be understood very well, but every one of these apartment buildings that's built is built with 2 walls between the units, 2 separate walls. So that in the future, all these apartments could be condos.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Stroh.
Thank you.
Good evening, Jay Filkins, 9615 North 89th Street. I'll be quick. I just want to thank all my neighbors for speaking tonight. I think the most important thing that was said was by my neighbor Jen. I did a Zillow search as well. We're talking over 1,200 empty market rate 1 and 2 bedroom apartments in a 1 mile radius, and just a handful for sale. I would just hope that we reject the annexation at the proposed density level that we have and think more about homes for sale, apartments for sale, and options like that. I think it speaks to it. We don't need more apartments in a 1 mile radius. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Peter Battaglia. I live at 9423 North 89th Street. Yeah, I want to echo a lot of the things that everyone has said here tonight. I want to make 3 points really. One is that if our goal is to create communities and to build equity in our in our city, rentals are not the way to do it. I'm all for annexation of the property. I'm all for understanding that Longmont has to grow. It's a very popular place to live. It's a great place to live. We've lived here for a long time now, and we love it. We want to see the character of it. Try to stay as close to what it is today as it will be in the future. As we all know, those rentals, they don't create community. They don't build equity for families that are trying to move here. They benefit one group. They benefit the developer, which I understand and I appreciate. We all have our jobs to do. We all have our ways that we're going to make our finances. But let's be honest, right? It doesn't benefit families. It benefits the developer to have these rentals. The other thing I want to say is, I appreciate limiting the development to 2 stories on the north side. Being just north of the property, we are probably most impacted, but as other people have said, across Clover Basin, having a 3-story apartment building essentially staring you down is going to impact them as well. So while I appreciate that, my question is, how much infill is there going to be? People have brought up the development that's at Target. They brought in, 8, 9, 10 feet of dirt and raised that building up. I'm curious what the height restriction is going to be for those 2-story townhomes. As part of unincorporated Boulder County, building a garage over the past couple of years, we were limited to 18 feet for our garage. So I'm wondering what are the implications for the developer there. The other one that I want to echo too is traffic. It's a major concern. Trying to cross Clover Basin at Fordham is an accident waiting to happen. You see it now. People are losing patience at stoplights. They're losing patience driving in Longmont. Somebody said earlier, we were the same when we moved to Longmont. Everybody drove slowly. There was never traffic on the roads. Now everywhere you go, Nelson, Airport, Hover, you are backed up on traffic, and everybody's blowing through those red lights because they don't want to wait. There's too much traffic in here. The other thing is, as a cyclist in the community that I know a lot of us are, especially those that live in the Schlegel neighborhood, we bicycle down Clover Basin to get west so we can get to the open space. We can enjoy the dirt roads, what Longmont used to be. And I understand that we're going to grow and we're going to grow in density, but I think the character and the scale of what we're proposing here is far, far too dense for what Longmont needs at this point. There are tons of other rental developments going in. I would love to see small to medium-sized homes to bring more families into Longmont, to build equity and to build community here. I understand that annexation is inevitable. I want the best for our neighbors. Melanie was our 4-H leader. We'll be sad to see them leave. The Wards, my 12-year-old son loves to walk over and talk to Charlie on a daily basis about tractors and everything else. These are our neighbors. I want the best for them. I want them to be able to sell their property. But I want us to be thoughtful as a community in terms of what we're bringing in and how that's going to impact the character of Longmont. I think the changes that the developer has proposed are good, but it's not enough. It's still far too dense for the character of the surrounding areas. And I think you're hearing that from these folks here tonight, which I think are a small representation of the folks in our community who are really against the amount of density that's coming in. And that's all I have to say. Thank you all very much. Appreciate the time.
Thank you very much. Do we have anybody coming forward? Going once, going twice. Seeing nobody else come forward, I'll go ahead and close out public invited to be heard on this public hearing item. Let us take a 5-minute break, and then we will get back to the questions, comments, etc.
I did.
Okay, I was like,
I was in as a joke.
Either that or we find out what they're going to do. It's up to you. It's past my bedtime.
I'm Jeremy. Jeremy from
Even though these guys are we want to share access to the other development. No, they want their development to get into their development. It's not like
But you don't have to.
If everybody can return to their seats, I'd like to begin in another minute.
Just want to say hi, Grant. How are you, sir?
Yeah,
Good to see you. Good to see you.
It's been, what, a week or so, right?
A couple weeks. We'll be here again in a couple more weeks.
Exactly.
You draw this church star, you got to come to all.
Pretty much, yes.
That's like every week, right?
Part of
You
the
got-
game.
every season.
Tuesday, with the back-to-backs are fun. Saturday night was Wisconsin, so. Yeah, it wasn't too much.
I didn't. Really does planning commission in the afternoon.
Yes.
And they do their city council at night.
Yeah.
So you can't have long planning and zoning commission.
Has to be done. Yeah, that's kind of smart. It's like that idea.
But I've never been anywhere where they have planning commission during the day.
Only counties I've been.
Yeah, I've counties. You had city, board of county commissioners are always during the day.
Yeah.
But usually county.
Yeah,
commi-
no,
usually
it's pretty unique in that.
this is what we want to do, and that's what we're going to do.
Yeah.
But it causes you a lot of late nights here, though, right?
Oh, yes. Yes, it does.
This is not going to end very soon either. So.
yeah, this back to back, like when you have back to back council and how late did you guys go?
It wasn't. I was like, nah, I left it before 10. So yeah.
It's still,
It's still dry.
it's a long day.
Long couple days.
You can just sleep in the next day a little bit, right? You can slip into the office a little later, right? Right? No?
No, I've learned, I put a hold on my calendar for the first 2 hours.
So no one books you something?
Yeah.
Because if someone books me for 8:30, like the day after Denver meetings, I can't come.
Yeah. Even grumpier.
I'm like, I won't go find that either. unless obviously it's on you. And I know you would never do that to yourself.
Is it really? Do you want to? Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Let's everybody go ahead, get seated, and get this back. We'll wait for Jane to come up. Commissioner Saunders, she's getting ice. Okay, we'll go ahead, open this up for comments, questions, motions from the commission. Commissioner Popkin.
Thank you, Chair Poland. First off, I just want to thank all of the residents who came out and sharing very specific input from their experiences living there. You know, we get these materials a week in advance, and have a lot to dig through, including numerous public comment letters as well. And I just want to say from personal experience, at least speaking for myself here, having your concerns front of mind when reading through this allows us to focus as we read through the proposals, the concept plan, the annexation agreements, and understanding just what to look for among many different things, including compliance with the comprehensive plan. So I just want to truly say thank you. I have a lot of questions to ask tonight. I'm sure some of my fellow commissioners do too. So I'll just start with a few clarifications initially and then open it up to my fellow commissioners so we can kind of work through this together. A few clarifications for staff, I think I want to start with here, just on the process. You know, we haven't seen a ton of annexations in the 2 years that I've been on the commission, and so I just want to make sure I'm understanding not only what's happening tonight, but where this fits into the process of redevelopment. So first of all, when we're approving an annexation, the concept plan that's presented here is effectively attached to that annexation as a foundational document for what kind of the overarching constraints of the site are. Is that correct?
That's correct. I typically refer to the concept plan that is tied to an annexation as it's effectively the outline for the future development of the property.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't have all the information, but it sets the parameters.
Right, and so therefore anything that's specified in the concept plan itself is effectively part of the adopted agreement with the city
Correct.
upon annexation.
Correct.
So things specified there, such as that trail connection, the exact alignment to be determined, but the fact that there is a north-south trail in the concept plan, for instance, that is that is part of the what is the requirement for the developer
Correct.
within the confines of the land development code, the building code, and the design parameters for the site, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Great. And then if there were changes to the concept plan after it, let's say it is approved tonight in some way, shape, or form, any changes would have to go through what process?
They would go through a concept plan amendment process, which essentially follows the same process as an annexation, that it would require, it's considered a major development application.
Mm-hmm.
You're effectively amending the annexation agreement when you amend the concept plan. So it would go through neighborhood meeting, it would go through development application, it would require public hearings at Planning and Zoning Commission, and ultimately require approval by City Council. So very extensive public process as if there is any sort of concept plan amendment. And you saw that the project probably freshest to mind that you saw as far as a concept plan amendment would be the Bond Farm project from about a year ago.
Where they had a concept plan originally, they wanted to make changes, the applicant wanted to make changes
Correct.
to that concept plan, and therefore it had to go back through us for review.
Exactly.
And back through the public comment process.
Exactly.
Right, and so I asked that just to make sure that I fully understand, and maybe everyone here who's in the room and watching, that any of the commitments the developer has made, or compromises or adjustments that are made already in the concept plan, assuming that is approved, those are required of the developer.
Mm-hmm.
So when we talk about the 2-story height on the north side of the property, the trail, the landscape buffer, and kind of recreational area on the east side of the property, all of that, including the quail, like the emergency access only agreement, that's all required to be met. And for anything there to change, it would have to come back through this whole journey.
Pretty much.
Sorry, just pretty much, or?
I mean, it's one of those, if we're looking at major application, major changes, so the emergency vehicle access, that's what we would anticipate, that it would be gated. Could be, if it might be determined, it might not necessarily be necessary, but it's one of those, we would have to take a look at it as staff and determine if it's a substantive enough change that requires it. But typically, deviations, if they were seeking to increase the number of units or increase the density, they absolutely would have to come back. If they were just found that they couldn't build as many units as they planned, that's why the density is phrased as a maximum number of units. So
Right, they can always do
they
less
can always
than what's
go.
specified.
They could always go lower, but they can't go higher.
Yeah, and in this case, going higher, if I understand it correctly, would mean they'd have to actually rezone the entire area.
And do a comprehensive plan amendment, which
So they couldn't go higher. The applicant would only be able to go lower or
Correct.
meet what is in the concept plan.
correct.
Great. And then just to clarify the example on the emergency access that you raised, staff would think through how to determine if it's like changing the use of that space, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like you might look at, hey, what's the exact right way to restrict access? But the access would be restricted if that was in the concept plan, correct?
Right, yeah, if the concept
Yeah.
plan shows a restricted access, it could not be made a full access without going through a public process again.
Great, thank you. Now let's assume that the applicant doesn't want to make any changes and it goes through this. Let's say it is approved tonight, the annexation plus concept plan, and the applicant doesn't want to make any changes. Does planning and zoning get to see this again in terms of understanding design compatibility?
It depends. So the big it depends really relates to whether a preliminary plat would be required. So if the threshold for creating more than 3 new lots is met, so the way our code is written, if you are creating more than 3 new lots out of one piece of property, then you need to go through the preliminary plat process, which requires approval by the Planning and Zoning Commission. So that's how you would see it again, is through that process. If they did not meet that threshold, it would go through an administrative review. Ultimately, if the Planning and Zoning Commission recommends approval of the annexation and concept plan, it would then go to City Council, who would make the final decision. So we still have another public hearing and final vote beyond the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Great, thank you. I have a lot of connections on like the transportation, questions on the transportation flows that I'll mostly hold off on, but just to clarify one situation here, I believe a resident, Chris Beck, raised a great point about how the path would connect along Quail. And I'm curious with the west side, so the site to the west of this, I presume that's the property that is being asked about in term, like that's been referenced a few times in different directional ordinance nor references of being
Correct.
the other parallel annexation process that's coming?
So it's a bit behind. They've been through the annexation referral process, so City Council made a motion to allow that project to proceed to the annexation through the annexation application process. They've had a neighborhood meeting, but we have not yet received an application. I didn't see anything in our system, so we have not yet received a formal application for that annexation yet. My understanding is they're working on it. With any project like this, we look at have that connectivity between parcels, between properties. That's something that we typically want to see. If there are 2 adjacent developments, we want to see connections. You frequently on subdivisions will see those little stubs where a road dead ends and there's no development, and that's typically because that section is reserved for a future connection to an adjacent property, so that we get those connections, and because those internal connections ultimately make it safer for in terms of emergency access, but also help with traffic, frankly.
Right, it offers more options there.
Correct.
So look, I know you, Jennifer, I know Grant and the planning department staff, but I presume many folks in the room don't know you that well and don't understand the process that you all go through. So when, this is a first for me as well, though, with these 2 adjacent properties. And so walk me through, that it's likely that an annexation application is coming through. We have this one in front of us tonight, which is within the rights of the property owners and the developer to bring to us. However, staff does recognize that there's something else coming adjacent to that does impact the transportation flows, both vehicular and non-vehicular traffic flows. How does staff handle that when it's going through the many steps of review and discussion with the respective applicants, kind of behind the scenes when you're trying to make this work for the community?
Yeah, and that's again, that's we can't necessarily tell one applicant, hey, you have to wait until this guy gets closer, but we can put the parameters in place to ensure that there are connections, that there is that connectivity between the 2. In the case of the property to the west, they would be sharing that access point onto Clover Basin Drive because we have minimum spacing requirements for between intersections. And so they wouldn't meet that minimum spacing between that particular property and Airport Road. So they would have to share that access point. So, you know, that's something that we would put in as a condition, that you're coordinating, that you're providing this access to the west, and, you know, the subsequent developer would also have to ensure that they do their site design so it ties into this project. First one in basically kind of gets to set where that access would be from the east-west.
Yeah.
Grant, Jeremy, anything to add on that one?
Nothing additional in terms of how we handle that. I guess I would add that we do have specific code requirements that does require connectivity. So in this type of scenario, the code would dictate, again, adding connections to that future development. And I want to clarify, I shook my head in the wrong direction. That property actually has gone through or is in the first round of review for a formal application for annexation and concept plan.
Okay, so to make sure I'm understanding our role tonight and what we can and can't do, the property to the west that is going through the process right now, that hasn't come to us in this kind of a public hearing yet, staff will be working with the applicant ideally to make sure that it connects to anything that is potentially approved tonight with this concept plan, in terms of both vehicular traffic flows and multimodal traffic flows, correct? And so then likewise, if there are any conditions necessary on that subsequent property that the Planning and Zoning Commission feels is appropriate to perhaps restrict access or ensure that there isn't overflow into the neighborhood to the north, where many residents have come forward talking about that emergency access on Quail, and making sure that that doesn't like snake its way through to the other side, that would be a condition that would be appropriate for the future development on that site, not at this development at this moment.
Correct. And the other thing to note also is this portion of Quail Road that's adjacent to that property to the west, that's directly south of the Westview Village development or subdivision. That small section of Quail Road is within city limits. The section of Quail Road that is adjacent to the property we're discussing tonight is unincorporated Boulder County. There's a weird little kind of dead end that was put in place, as one of the speakers indicated, 25, 30 years ago when Westview Village was annexed and developed to prevent that section of Quail Road from connecting and to prevent cut-through traffic into the Schlegel subdivision. Would we do that today? Probably not. But that's something, that's a condition that's existing, and we kind of have to live with it.
You're talking about there's a road coming east off of Airport that is city of Longmont, that kind of does a reverse L and goes into, I guess, what is the Westview, Westbrook?
Westbrook.
Thank you,
Sorry.
Westbrook. And then on the, and so then like there is like a few feet or a few meters of dirt, and then there is a Boulder County unincorporated Quail Road there that is not attached to this property we're talking about tonight.
Correct.
Not attached to the other property that
Correct.
is going through the annexation process, application process right now. Is there any way for staff to work with Boulder County to enhance connectivity there, at least for non-vehicular flows, like multimodal access?
For non-vehicular flows, I mean, this particular applicant for tonight is basically saying we would do bike ped connections on the north side of the property. We aren't looking at doing improvements to that section of Quail Road as part of this project. I am going to, Josh, you want to give a little more information on that one?
I don't intend to propose any crosswalks on cross-jurisdictional issues tonight like we did last month.
It's basically a quirk it's a legacy quirk of this area.
Good evening, Commissioners. Josh Sherman, Engineering Administrator with Public Works. I'll take a step back a little bit. The evolution that was described through some of these comments and process of the concept plan, there was at one point during this process consideration of annexation of that adjacent public right-of-way. I think about right-of-way as it's public right-of-way. It's just who's the steward of that right-of-way. Is it the county? Is it the city? Is it the state? But it's public right-of-way. So Quail Road, immediately north and adjacent to this subject parcel, is Boulder County public right-of-way. It would be within the purview to annex it from the city. It is adjacent to this property. That's not the choice that's being made or recommended by staff. Through this conversation and through the coordination with the developer, it was discussed, outside of vehicular traffic, we want to ensure that we have good multimodal connectivity. And so they were willing to make that commitment, as Jennifer said, to provide that east-west connection somewhere along their north property boundary, to be able to make that connection essentially what would mimic a sidewalk along Quail Road. Whether that's in an outlot or an easement and not in county right-of-way, you get the same, effect.
Gotcha. Okay, so just to make sure I'm clearly understanding this, like a sidewalk connection to the existing city of Longmont sidewalks and
let me be clear, right? Because this project or this subject property does not completely abut to the west,
right,
the city public right of way.
So it's
there is
gonna
a
get
small gap, which is the adjacent western property that was being discussed.
Okay, so without quoting me on the numbers here, we're going to get to a point where we're like 10 meters away from the other connection point where this other annexation application, in theory, should provide that final connection with the
Correct.
Advice and direction of staff there. Is that a fair assessment of what's like kind of going to happen in this process?
Yes.
For that type of connection?
That's the plan.
Thank you. And that would be for non-vehicular traffic, just for pedestrian bicycle?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good. I got one more clarifying question just on our role here. And Jeremy, this might be a legal question for you. I know you love it when I direct questions your way, so you're welcome. So legally speaking, in terms of our role as the Planning and Zoning Commission here, the applicants tell me if my understanding of this is correct. So the applicants and the developer what the applicants and developer are proposing are within their rights, should this annexation proceed, within the 6 to 18 units per acre density within the current zoning under Envision Longmont. And that any changes to that, if we are restricting anything that's within their current right, would that be considered a policy change by city council? Or that would require city council action?
Good evening, Commissioners. Jeremy Terrell, Assistant City Attorney. I'm not sure I understand the question, Commissioner Popkin. Is it, are you suggesting a condition to, not using the term condition, but a restriction on density? Is that what you're envisioning?
What I understand is that the developers are proposing up to 18 units per acre, which is legally allowed under the current RMN zoning under Envision Longmont. And so I'm wondering if, as within their rights as developers, applicants, and property owners, if restricting what's legally within their right at this stage of the process is considered a policy change, which would be beyond this body or not.
I think yes and no. So first, speaking in terms of roles, Planning and Zoning Commission is a recommending body, so it wouldn't be a policy change to make a recommendation on a change in density. As a decision-making body,
which we are not in this case.
Which we are not. So thinking ahead to City Council, just one moment. So thinking ahead to City Council's decision. So if Planning and Zoning Commission were to make a recommendation concerning changing density that's allowed for the developer, when it gets to City Council, under our code 1502-020L2, the decision-making body may not recommend or approve a greater density development, a more intensive use, or a more intensive zoning classification that was indicated in the public notice. However, a lower density or intensity development may be recommended or approved. All of that to say, a condition putting a lower end within the range on the density is fine, but we couldn't increase the density without some sort of likely a recommendation from
Yeah.
city attorney's office to go back and change the zoning classification.
Right, that would go
look
against
at all
what's in
those.
Envision Longmont already that has been previously approved with a lot of community input as to what the maximum allowed or desired density would be there.
Correct. So
Yes.
like a condition that it'd be 19 dwelling units
Wouldn't fly.
wouldn't fly under our code without changing the zone.
Yep, great.
Like that.
I lied, I have one more clarifying question. Gary Cunningham, I think, spoke about some of the different distinctions within Envision Longmont, and I just wanted to clarify something with Jennifer here on the distinction between RMN versus RMF. I think it's RMF. Let me make sure I'm getting that. Whatever the multifamily code is.
Yes, so residential, so RMF is the zoning district, and,
Yeah, so-
multifamily neighborhood is the
Right.
Envision Longmont.
Okay, so so the property we're talking about here is currently zoned as RMN,
Yeah, so-
mixed neighborhood, up to the 18 units per acre.
Mhm.
If you go southwest across Airport Road and Clover Basin, you kind of hit the area where Ziggy's is going to go, where you have a little bit of other kind of commercial and retail, and then you have an RMF zone, I believe, which is a higher density zone than what we're proposed here. Do you happen to know what and if you need some time to answer this, that'd be fine. But do you happen to know what the maximum density is in that RMF zone there next to the
Sure.
future Ziggy's area?
So RMF has a minimum density of 18 units per acre and can go, so the zoning is, under the zoning, it's a little, it's really, the zoning district speaks in terms of minimum density for RMF. In Envision Longmont, it does say typically it's in the 18 to 35 units per acre. That doesn't factor in any density bonuses that might be available for affordable housing and other various things we offer in density bonuses for. The mixed neighborhood designation, which residential mixed neighborhood zoning is the appropriate zoning. This is where it gets a little wonky. So currently this area has an Envision Longmont designation of mixed neighborhood, but it's not annexed into the city, so it still has county zoning. But the mixed neighborhood it's intended to allow anything from single family up to what's called smaller multifamily buildings, so up to 18 units per acre.
So what folks are seeing on the southwest side of
Mhm.
Airport and Clover is already much higher than
It's
what
mu-
would be
yeah,
there. And what
correct.
folks are talking about kind of behind the Home Depot and Target is much higher than what would be here. I'm just trying to orient myself as to what is
Correct.
conceivably going in at this site.
Correct, and that district also allows higher building heights as well. I'm looking for the exact building height for
Great.
RMF.
Okay.
But yeah, so that one you can go up, in RMF you can go up to 55 feet, but in RMN you can only go up to 35. And that's the same maximum height for single-family zoning and our, very rarely used rural residential zoning. So even our lowest density residential zoning districts have a maximum building height of 35 feet. And that's pretty typical for basically everywhere I've ever worked in
Okay.
various parts of the country.
Thanks, Jennifer. Good. For staff's awareness, I do have a question that I'll give you some time to double check while other commissioners ask some questions, and that's on the capital improvement plan that City Council approved. And I'm just curious, we're talking about specifically transportation. I realize that we are limited to talking about transportation improvements that are directly adjacent to this property or within the control of the applicant to effect here, but I heard what sounds like some very valid concerns about safety and traffic along Clover Basin and South Fordham and Airport Road in Clover Basin, and probably a couple other intersections that folks raised here. And I would love to know if any improvements to those intersections are planned in the next couple of years, regardless of this development, just so we can understand that context for where this is fitting into the transportation network, recognizing that area has seen a lot of growth. The area around the site within a mile radius has seen a ton of growth in single family, in mixed family units. And so I want to make sure that the transportation system is safe and accessible there. So if we're able to confirm that, sorry I didn't send that one an email.
That's okay.
But I appreciate the other responses.
And that's something I will defer to Josh and Caroline.
Thanks. Take your time, Josh.
Okay,
Thanks.
He's working on it.
Lovely. I have a bunch of other clarifying questions on like traffic concerns, safety of the area, the housing type, and the developer's thought process on this, but I'll pause here and see what else my fellow commissioners want to ask about. Thank you.
Do we have any other? Commissioner Saunders.
Thank you, Chair Poland. I too would like to applaud the participants and the public invited to be heard. That's a really tough gig, especially if you've not done it before. No matter how much you prepare, it gets really scary when you're up there. It's a little easier here because we don't have the time constraint and we get to ask questions. So I really like that everyone's out here participating in our parliamentary procedure. I don't think it's boring. I like Robert's Rules of Order. I'm a little bit of a dork that way, but I did want to say thank you for everyone participating. My background is in landscape, and so when we have different ecosystems coming together, that juxtaposition of the two ecosystems coming together, and in this case, the different densities, is really where a lot of diversity happens. And we see that out here in the public, and I think that's really great. So there's a lot in this packet. There's a lot to clarify. So I just wanted to start with Councilor Terrell, if you don't mind. I wanted to talk about the annexation first. So I think that the Representative Tyler Erickson, is it fair to give you representative title? Okay. It's a great question of why are we here? So planning and zoning is here at the bequest of City Council to review this project and then give our recommendation. We're not approving anything. Correct. Sometimes we approve things, but not here.
Correct.
So would it be fair to say this is sort of exploratory on planning and zoning at the bequest of City Council, as we are appointed board members? So in effect, we work for the citizenry, yet they don't pay us.
I would agree with that.
Okay.
Just to note, kind of on your point,
Yeah.
the Planning and Zoning Commission is empowered to make recommendations concerning the actual annexation, the concept plan, and City Council is free to adopt those recommendations or to wholesale reject them. Just to note that as kind of, we're kind of feeding off your question.
Perfect. Thank you for that answer. That's because some things I may say that you may not like, and it's more to get to other answers or questions that I have. I'm going to say things that I don't like right now, so that you have a little background on me. I have lived in Boulder County for almost 50 years and 25 in Longmont. Just so that you know that I hear you and I see you, and I'm wondering if, before I ask my annexation question, if Planner Hewitt Apperson could, do you have ability to show the packet and the maps at the very beginning? And then in our packet that we got the packet and it had all of those historical maps. I just want to take a look at one in particular, but I forget which year it is.
Give me a second here.
Thanks. I'm going to ask Jeremy my annexation question. So annexations, in my experience of working with, volunteering with different city boards, would you say in general annexation, are they, they're more about the sort of a contract. I don't want to use that. I don't know if that's the right word, but it's a negotiation, right, with the affected parties, the direct parties. Would you say in general those are subject to other point of view or input, or is that more of a closed type negotiation?
I would say it is open to negotiation to an extent. So kind of looking back at various land use applications we have what we call legislative and then quasi-judicial actions. Legislative are a policy-based decision that's either made by city council normally, but sometimes planning and zoning commission in limited circumstances. And those are policy-based decisions. The decision whether or not to annex a particular property into the city is always a legislative action. It's completely, with the little tiny asterisk, at the discretion of the city to decide to adopt land into its territory. You know, we're providing fire services, water services, electricity services, sewer services, interconnectivity. It's a large obligation in the city. That's why it's a legislative discretionary action for the city to adopt. The one part I do have an asterisk on is the concept plan. So the concept plan decision is a quasi-judicial action. So the concept plan has to be, any decision concerning the concept plan has to be consistent with our land development code. So we can request different things in annexation agreement, kind of looking at what's in the best interest of the city versus the concept plan. We have to make sure we're consistent with Envision Longmont, the criteria in 1502-055, and the criteria in 1502-060A2, the concept plan one. So we have to make sure we're consistent with those criteria versus annexation. We have a little more wiggle room to have negotiations, and for the most part, the city can kind of say, hey, we really want this, please give it to us, and if you don't give it to us, then it's our discretion to deny the annexation.
Thank you. And props for having those code. That's not easy. Okay, so with the annexation, so the annexation has to have, once it's brought into the city, it's a negotiation really between, you know, Boulder County and City of Longmont, because it's under Boulder County preview currently, one of the parties. Asterisk, one of the parties. Let me just go forward. With the annexation, it has to have a zoning district when it's brought into the city. It can't go with whatever, we can't just annex and say, oh, you're part of the city. It has to have a zoning designation. Envision Longmont, framework plan, and props to Mr. Komet, sorry if I messed that up, for bringing that to the attention. If anybody wants to look at it, it might be referenced later on. It's on the website. Then third is the proposal from the applicant, right? And so you're saying the applicant proposal is our quasi-judicial approval, not approval.
Correct. And just one other comment on the Boulder County portion.
Yeah.
So that's actually already been addressed. We have an intergovernmental agreement between the county and the city concerning the Longmont area, the planning area. So Boulder County's already said this should be in the city's jurisdiction. It doesn't really fit within our, being a county, because it's right in the middle of Longmont. But in terms of your question about, the different pieces of annexation, it's the annexation ordinance, which is what City Council will decide on during its January 14th meeting, I believe, is the public hearing, second reading, which will be the ordinance itself. No, that's not correct. That's the first reading.
First reading's in January.
I'm not sure when the second reading is, but it's been established. I just don't have the date on top of my head. So we're looking at the ordinance, the annexation agreement, which is normally not before Planning and Zoning Commission in the sense that you're not looking at it. The city, myself, planning staff has been working with the developer to finalize an annexation agreement, and City Council will approve that. But then lastly, that last piece, the concept plan, which is the plan that'll govern development of the site going forward that has to be done as part of a non-city initiated annexation.
Perfect. So, thank you for putting that date out there, too, for the.
It's the wrong date, but there is a
But
date.
it's in January, somewhere near there. He's got to keep all the codes in there, so some things. So, quasi-judicial, yes. And so the annexation part with Boulder County, and thank you for explaining why we don't see it. We don't know what's in that agreement. So, Quail Road for a second. In the packet, sorry. Do you want to put that map up?
I'm
sorry,
not
you're
sure
waiting for
which
me.
map you were looking
There's
for.
like 4 maps of the historical Schlegel site.
Is it in, which attachment would it be in?
Oh, I just download the whole thing.
Probably.
It's in the beginning. It's 900 pages. Oh, 915 after Monday.
Is it under Quail Road annexation map?
Oh,
maybe?
shoot, I don't
that's-
know. All right, so Jeremy, with the annexation
what I was
for,
thinking.
oh, just lost my screen.
I just didn't find
Quail
it.
Road. And I can't remember if I saw it in there before, but it changes and Boulder County writes a recommendation to keep it how it is with the agreement. But it looks like it, in the beginning, it was part of it, but then it went out of it. The boundary for Quail was included and then it wasn't included. Can you speak to that? Jenna, I will look for that.
I would defer to the planning staff because I wasn't
Okay.
involved in that level. But
Okay.
that Quail Road portion is not part of the city at this point, except for that little reverse.
Yeah,
L
that
as a
weird
commercial
little L
pocket.
thing. Yeah, and I get how it came about, and it's all about who's going to be responsible for it, right? Like engineering eloquently told us. It's just, yeah. So okay. There's so many things on this, you guys.
So I know initially, as they mentioned, Quail Road was proposed, but I know there have been discussions with our engineering department, and I will defer to Josh and his team on that regarding the
Okay.
ownership.
Okay.
I will also caveat, I am pinch hitting this evening for
For
Phil,
Taylor, yeah.
for Phil
Yeah,
Taylor,
yeah.
who is on
Yeah.
leave
Yeah.
right now. So I can't speak to the
Okay.
specific discussions, but I know there was definitely quite a bit of discussion about that, and ultimately it was determined that section of Quail Road should stay in the county,
Yeah.
and the county was fine with that.
Yeah, and I understand the timeline. I'm going to save some of that annexation for when we get more towards transportation, because I know Commissioner Popkin has some, and I have some more too. And the reason I wanted to pull up the historical site, I think it's really interesting, and you all can see it too, and they go back to 1901. And when you look at the Schlegel L'Enclave, it looks exactly like this, but the densities are reversed. And the Schlegel properties are the highest density of everything around, which, to everyone's point, that change does happen. And this is, it's okay. Yeah, it's okay.
It's where
Thanks,
I am.
Jean.
I'm just trying to figure out where.
And this is part of the site inventory
Yeah.
that the development and design goes through, and they go and they find out, what was here historically. Like, we have to do that for water and make sure that we meet the same water requirements. And so it's part of your story. It's part of Longmont's story, and I think that it's so poignant, especially to something like an annexation. So while they're looking for that, I just wanted to point out this land, or this municipal code about mailing, because I know that there are some comments about mailing. If you look at 1502-0404 in the Longmont Municipal Code, you'll see that the annexations get 1,000 feet, and since it's in code, and annexations can be pretty impactful, they're a pretty big deal, as we are seeing here. That's something that council can, as we've noted, can be notified by you about if you want to increase that. Because when you are changing the density in the way that this property works within your neighborhoods, I think you make a valid point. Maybe 1,000 feet isn't quite enough.
Here we go.
Oh, thanks. These are fascinating. This is why I'm the dork. But you really get to see how the properties and the property in question developed throughout the city of Longmont. And that's why I'm here, of my free time, and I don't want to speak for the other commissioners. And Longmont is really special. And I think to Tyler Erickson's point at the neighborhood meeting, saying that, which was fascinating, the meeting in April, it was the first neighborhood meeting that's required by code, said that we're sort of the catcher's mitt. Is that fair? You said something to that effect, from maybe the city of Boulder. City of Longmont's really desirable, and if you go to like 1901, when I was a teenager living in city of Boulder, like that's our impression of what Longmont was in 1901, just because of being a teenager. And it's all farmland around all these houses, and it's got a long, fascinating history. Yeah, here we're getting to these. And this is the quilt that we all work in together. So I just wanted to highlight that. And then, what else did I want to ask? Thanks for getting that planner here, Deborah.
Hopefully I didn't make everyone nauseous as I was scrolling through.
That's so great. I do have a couple of questions for the applicant, and then might open to others. I have others, but I want to make sure everybody's getting some time. So I don't know who, it may be Tyler, it may be Mr. Erickson or Mr. Green. I think I'm going to start with Mr. Erickson, since that's sort of one of the beginning points of my review of this proposal, and I think getting this for a week is a little generous. So we get this basically over the weekend to look at if we have full-time jobs and families. So I really liked watching the neighborhood meeting, and I thought you had some interesting pieces to share with the neighborhood. And you mentioned that you bike a lot there, and that you were gonna, and this was in April at that meeting, that virtual meeting. I think many of you were there, and Mr. Erickson said that, you know, you're going to come and do more meetings, and you're going to come, and you mentioned earlier today that you've been on some bike rides over there, and you went to that park. I'm not sure what park you were talking about, though.
Willow Farm up north.
Willow Farm, yeah.
Well, I just wanted to understand that street connection there.
Yes, thank you so much. And so between the April, when we saw the, I believe it was the original concept plan, is this the one that was from April? Thank you for putting this up. This is helpful.
This is probably the newer one. The one from April. April's going to be
can you go back to that one for a second?
Simple.
Yeah. Yeah. This is the one that everyone sort of saw for the first time. Fair. Okay. And so it has the boundary. Oh, yeah. See, there's Quail Road is included in the boundary at that point. Correct?
Yeah, so
Okay.
I can clarify that.
Sure, that would be great. Thank you.
question.
Yeah.
So when we were considering putting traffic onto Quail, we would have been required as the applicant to annex Quail from Boulder County. Not only in addition to our private sellers that are selling the pieces of land, we would have had to approach Boulder County to annex Quail alongside, which we did. They agreed to, they could, but now that we're not putting traffic, it's better to leave Quail in the hands of Boulder next to the Schlegel neighborhood. So that's why you see that line change.
Okay, that is a good explanation. So Boulder County will do all the snow removal or whatever maintenance needs to be done, and not City of Longmont. So not our tax dollars.
Correct.
The City of
North.
Longmont tax dollars.
And
citizen
we're
tax
going to be
dollars. Okay.
maintaining as a private developer everything else on site.
On the inside the property
Correct.
boundary, the
Correct.
brown or the I don't know what to call the brown, but the red outline
Sure.
with.
Well, the southern boundary is going to be right of way. That's going to be dedicated. So
Yeah.
that'll be dedicated to the city for maintenance.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's not look at the green. Let's look at the green. Anything inside the green. I know it's a very small buffer around the outside, but green and orange, property line in, we're responsible for maintenance.
Not the red. What's the red?
The red is just a line showing the adjacency to Longmont, the city.
So there's a white line in between the red and the green on the south.
Correct.
Between Clover Basin. So that
right of
red.
way, the right of way right now is owned by our landowners. We're going to dedicate it as future public right of way to the city.
Okay.
It's a requirement.
to dedicate it to the right of way. Okay. Okay. Yeah, when you said Willow Park, I know it is Barn Park too, because I took my kids there. And no, that's okay. We're colloquial. It's fine. Okay. So tell me, this is the concept plan from April.
Correct.
Okay. Can you go to the concept plan, and when did we get this? Is this was our packet, or was this on Monday? Oh, the multimodal was on Monday, correct? That was the addition on Monday. We got an additional plan on Monday, I believe. at the end? Was the
Probably-
multimodal
probably
in
this
it?
one.
I didn't see it. I saw this one, but I didn't see the multimodal one. I thought that was added with the 15 pages at the end with the with the comments.
It's attachment 14, so.
Perfect. Thank you so much for that clarification. It's 900 pages, you guys. So sorry. Okay. Okay. This is the concept plan that's attached to our quasi judicial approval, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I think this question is going to be a kind of roundabout way. Can you go to the multimodal plan for a second?
I'm not, this is the multimodal, unless staff has a different,
In the slides, maybe it was? There's one that's listed multimodal.
This is it.
That was it? Oh, so the
Yeah, they're not changing
multimodal
that
plan
much.
is the same as the concept plan?
Similar. Similar.
Okay. Planner Hewitt Apperson, do you have ability to show in the Envision Longmont multimodal plan a page for me?
I'll have to pull it up. Is there a specific page you're looking for?
Yes, it's page 124.
Okay.
It is, for those of us following along, City of Longmont multimodal transportation improvements.
Oh, yeah.
All right, and you see, those are our fabulous maps. Thank you for getting those.
Bear with me. I have this bookmarked on my own.
No, that's,
computer.
it's a lot, it's a big do you want to see my desk over here? There's a lot. Hey, Jeremy, I'm sorry, Counselor, Terrell. Can you look at a code for me that I might ask questions about? It's the inclusionary one. Where did it go? 15, I think it's 02.
Too far.
Shoot, I just had it up.
$1505-220.
Yep. I'm not sure yet. Thank you.
Let me go.
Yes, no, that's perfect.
Let me
I
go.
just wanna
Let me
see the
just go.
key.
Let me go a different way,
Oh,
real quick,
no,
just
I
to
just
make
need-
it
okay,
look.
perfect.
Just so
I
you
appreciate
can.
that. Thank you.
So it's
Yeah.
a bit more of a.
Yeah. And I appreciate everybody's
larger
patience
view.
because the parliamentary procedure, even though I really like it, it can be annoying because it's so lineal. So everybody has to wait their turn.
There we go.
Okay,
This
so-
one.
Is that
Multi-
looks about
mo-
right?
multimodal,
Yeah, it's got
yeah.
some. Yeah, and so I really want to look at the key, if you don't mind. Okay, so the key has. Can you read that?
Sure. So the orange line is new roads, road capacity improvements. The blue is new rapid transit. The green is new bicycle facilities.
Okay, and can you switch back over to the applicant's multimodal plan, please?
Sure.
I know. I'm sorry. It's in
It's
a lot
okay.
of places. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh yeah, this is it. Where's the key on this? Is there a key, or we're reading the callouts, right?
Yeah, we're reading
Okay,
the call outs.
So, can I talk to Mr. Erickson again, please? Thank you. Mr. Erickson,
Yep.
this is a multimodal plan for the project.
at a concept level, yeah.
Okay. Can you tell me where you have future bicycle or pedestrian underpass, new roads, new rapid transit, new bicycle facilities, railroad streams, lakes, any of those other existing or future conditions around the site?
So the first thing to call out is the blue asterisk on the south side of the site. That's a high-frequency bus stop. It exists today. We'll be improving that.
Correct. And where's the other one?
The other bus stop,
Yeah.
down at Airport in Clover Basin.
And across the street?
Yeah.
Yeah. So where are the street connections? I mean, sorry, I meant sidewalk. Because as noted earlier in public invited to be heard, there are missing sideway connections. So, I mean, hopefully you can see what I'm getting at. So when I look at a multimodal transportation plan, I'm looking at all of like the connectivity. I want to see how this fits in with bikes and pedestrians and streets and roads and transit and bus. And I'm not seeing, I'm trying to find that aside from.
I'll walk you through it.
Well, I'm just trying, can you point to it or tell me where I see it as the evidence
Yeah,
that's been presented to me?
I'll try to verbally point.
No,
to it.
yeah, if you could just tell me where it is.
Use this, okay. All right, so starting with the bus stop, we'll end up having a major entrance here. This is gonna be a public street. We can't get away from that. That's a requirement by the city code. So you will have a public street entering right here. Alongside that, the way that this site characteristic is gonna work out, we'll end up looping it, right? So it'll loop around here and come back out.
Okay, hold for 1 second.
Sure.
Okay, so where is the loop?
I don't know yet, but it's gonna go somewhere connecting about right here, go north, go west
Okay.
or east and down south.
So-
think about a U.
Okay, so because you can sort of see how this proposal is developing out, right? But part of our job is to look at the evidence. So I can only guess at compatibility if it's not presented, right, for your project. So if you already sort of know, why wouldn't you put it in there already?
Because if I show a road inside this development and transportation makes me move it, I have to come back and start this process
Exactly.
all over
Right.
again.
So it's really like
So we're being very
bare
concept,
bones, bare
high
bones.
level.
Right, but you can put in how it connects to the rest of the neighborhoods and being responsive to the rest of the neighborhoods surrounding this annexation.
Correct.
Like we saw in the multimodal plan that's available in
And so you'll
Witten
see
Vision.
that in the major orange dash line here, that's going to be a major bike and ped connection alongside a public road to connect Clover Basin up to Quail.
Yeah, I see your proposed one, but how is it fitting in the compatibility of this multimodal plan that you're proposing to the rest of the neighborhoods in City of Longmont?
Well, first of all, it's creating a public connection between Quail and Clover Basin that doesn't exist right now. That's private land.
Yes,
So
I
number
can
one.
see the orange dash line.
So
Thank you.
number one. So there is no PED connection north-south right now through this property. It's private. There is no infrastructure on this north side of the site for bikes or anything like that. It's like someone mentioned, it's a mix of asphalt, pea gravel. There's a gate over here. So connecting, I mean, I saw it. There's a big bike mobility here, even though it's not called out of the mobility train. People ride along Quail and then they go north on 89th to connect to the bike infrastructure. So our hope is to emphasize that, not only with our residents, but the residents to the south.
Right, and so the multimodal plan is different than the concept plan. Those are two different plans to me.
Okay.
The multimodal plan connects to other multimodal pieces in the surrounding areas. Well, I'm glad you're shaking your head because criteria 6 on the application, right? So we're looking at two different sets of criteria, the annexation and then the application for the development. That it says that there should be a multimodal transportation access and it needs to be integrated and connected where appropriate with adjacent development through street connections, sidewalks, trails, and similar features. And where you're attempting to do that on that future potential west site, you're not doing it anywhere else. And that bothers me because in the last 7 months, you've been out there and walking around, and I'm hearing from the citizens that there's missing street connections. I'm not out there every day. I don't know where the missing connections are, and I rely on the plans that are presented to see how it's connected and compatible with other city services.
Okay, well, maybe I can fill in the blanks. So we have the one on the west side that you mentioned that
Okay.
you can see,
That's,
right?
I'd like to see it in the documents when I'm reviewing it, when I get the packet. So for me, this is not, it's either a concept plan or a multimodal plan. If you had to pick, which one is it?
A concept plan.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. Thank you. I'm going to stop for a moment and let other commissioners have a chance. Thank you for your answers.
Okay, thank you. Before I go to Commissioner Popkin, I think I understand. So basically, if I understand right, the multimodal plan was attached as part of the packet, correct? So you have a concept plan, and then you have the multimodal plan that fits over it. And so the multimodal plan is the one that shows all the in points and out points and the paths. I think I'm pretty clear with the points where it connects to the other neighborhoods and or in the future where it'll connect to other neighborhoods. I think I'm okay with that. I do have a question for city staff. This is going to get away from the multimodal right now. This is in regards to the issue or the question being raised about why are we putting in more apartments and why aren't we doing single family to own? And so I'm wondering, do we have stats? Do we have any kind of information where the city currently sits as far as percentage of to own versus percentage to rent? And do we have any idea how that compares to other cities? I think we've asked this before on some other projects, but to bring it up for this because it was raised by most of the public, do we have that?
So a housing needs assessment was completed last year and is available on the city's website. That particular needs assessment really focused on affordable housing and with specific emphasis on deed restricted affordable housing so that it could never be anything but. And that really is based on area median income. So we have some pretty clear numbers based on area median income where there is a gap of several thousand units, particularly in the rental, but also there's a gap in the ownership market. When you are looking at, when you're looking really below in the 50% or below area median income, ownership just generally becomes very challenging regardless of where you are in the country, frankly. But we do know, based on our goals established in that plan in our regional housing assessments that have been done over the years, that 12% permanently affordable housing is the goal, and our inclusionary housing ordinance reflects that goal. So what that translates into is that the target for affordable housing units translates into 5,400 affordable units by 2035. We're about halfway there. So we do still have a deficit of several thousand affordable units. Now, that said, the owner versus rental, the owner occupancy rate in Longmont, it's in the 60s, 65%-ish, if I'm remembering correctly. Don't quote me on that. But based on the work I've done over the years in Longmont and other cities, the owner occupancy rate is pretty comparable in Longmont to other cities of its size around the region. So looking at our total housing units, roughly 20% of our housing stock currently is multifamily. The last time I looked at the data on the multifamily occupancy rates, which was earlier this year, I'll be doing it again in another month or two to put together our population estimates. The vacancy rates are really, really low,
And those are
unsustainably
like
low.
townhouses.
Typically, when I say multifamily, I mean the larger apartment complexes.
Okay.
Townhouses often are referred to as attached single family.
Okay.
But our vacancy rates are extremely low. Typically, a 5% vacancy rate is considered pretty healthy market. That means you aren't going to see spikes because there isn't enough demand. Longmont's been total vacancy in the 4% range. I would say that the single family rate, it's a little harder to determine, but our single family vacancy rate has been well below 3% in the last decade. And that's really driving the affordability issues in our region, is the fact that we just don't have that supply. And the supply is both rental and it's also in the for sale. The challenge in the for sale market is that single family homes are extremely expensive to build and therefore extremely expensive to buy, especially when you're looking at new construction for the single family homes. The cost of water, we're very big on ensuring that new development pays its way. And a lot of that is the cost of getting your water rights and your water taps. That adds significant cost to a new home. So our challenge is we just don't have the supply because it is, in many cases, cost prohibitive. We would all love to see more starter homes, but realistically, attached single family is really what you're seeing as starter homes, not just in Longmont, but around the country. So it's a very multifaceted issue. So I can't really say we need X number for rent and X number for sale. It just really depends on where you are on the spectrum.
Okay.
Hopefully that was helpful-ish.
Helpful-ish. For the applicant, I do have a question regarding, so we have two planning areas. The one to the north, which is going to be maximum 2 stories, that's where you're looking at working with Habitat for Humanity, correct?
Hopefully, yeah. They have a great 2-story townhome product. So that
And
would
so
fit
that's
well
what
there.
you're looking at, 2-story town, are those
Attached.
attached?
Correct.
That, I think I'm okay with what I'm thinking, what that's going to look like. So you're gonna have a bunch of 2 stories attached along that top
Yeah, they'll probably be broken up into groups of 8 to 12-ish, kind of depending. So
Okay.
we'll definitely be it won't be a line of 2-story buildings
Okay.
attached yet.
And then for the bigger part, where you're looking at 3 stories.
Correct.
Are those apartments? What does that look like? I mean,
Those are going to look like, I mean, this zone district's a little different than other zone districts as it has that 35-foot height limit. So you can kind of figure, think about 9.5 feet for floor, and then we need a bunch of space in between for HVAC. So getting 3 stories under 35 feet is actually quite difficult. So we're going to push the buildings down, but it'll look like a typical, a 3-level apartment. Like look across the street to Vera West. That's the type of product that'll be built. Obviously, that product's quite old now and aged, so ours will be newer.
and are you kind of married to the 310, or is that kind of like you're saying that's going to be kind of our max, but we might come underneath it? I'm trying to get some feel for.
It depends on what happens with the road grid internal to the site, which we don't have figured out yet as to what our max density is. But I will say for the project to be feasible, we do need to be close to that 18. It's not cheap to build these things. Land is not cheap, and nor is water, as Jennifer mentioned. So, yeah, the density is important to us.
Okay. That is good for me for right now. Commissioner Popkin.
Thank you, Chair. All right, I'm going to pick up where I left off. And I think, Tyler, why don't you stay up here?
Yeah.
We haven't had a chance to chat yet, and I appreciate your time and your whole team's time tonight.
Sure.
First of all, I guess, for everyone here, I want to share like a little bit where my head's at on this. I support the annexation here. I think it makes sense. I think hearing the owners of the property, what I want to make sure is done responsibly here is the actual concept plan that is attached to this annexation. And so we've heard a lot of comments from the public. We've read a lot of comments from the public, and I want to work through a number of those to kind of clarify what's facts on the ground, what's facts in the concept plan that's attached to this, and what's like your vision but not
visible,
not in 2 tablets, like stone tablets, not this. So the first thing when I think about this done responsibly, it's building off of what my fellow Commissioner Saunders was talking about in terms of the multimodal flows and the transportation access. I think staff and I were able to confirm this before, but just for you to be on the record with this, when we're talking about the Quail Road transportation access in the concept plan and the revised concept plan, first of all, I should just say, I think Scott Knight put it best, just like the new plan is significantly improved, and just genuinely appreciate the thoughtfulness that it seems your whole team has taken to making a lot of numerous clear updates to this to make it really fit in as best as you think it can into the neighborhood. There will be differences of opinion at the end of the day, and I'm sure you are no stranger to that journey. So on the transportation access, we had comments from Dan Jeffries, Carol Jeffries, Donna Baker, Dave and Elizabeth Yoke, Susan Harmon, Larry McConaughey, June Patterson, and many others about the Quail Road access there. And just like once and for all on the record, there will be no vehicle cut through other than emergency vehicles going down the Quail Road corridor into this development, correct?
This feels like a testimony. There's going to be no public traffic onto Quail Road from our development. The only access point will be that emergency vehicle access point, which is emergency vehicles only. How that is managed and gated, my preference would be that it's gated so nobody tries to drive through it, but we'll defer to fire as to what that is. But yes, I hate the idea of pushing traffic north. I mean, we can accomplish that through just going off of Clover Basin. There's no need.
Great, appreciate it. And then the only other flows would be the pedestrian and bike access,
Yeah,
which
yeah.
it sounds like many folks want anyway. And
Some not.
I heard many, and I think that makes sense to connect the regional
Yeah, so
regional
do I.
flows there, certainly in accordance with the multimodal goals of the city of Longmont. Okay, that's really helpful to understand because it seemed like there were 15 different opinions as to how that was going to connect. So thank you for clarifying that. The second thing I wanted to clarify on transportation was the intention here. So on Clover Basin and Larkspur, I believe.
Yep.
We have the multimodal access there up. That's great. We can keep it up. Let me just make sure my screen is showing the right thing. I see the transit stop there. That's great to clarify. I'm really glad to hear you're planning to improve that and make that even more attractive to use. I realize that this transit stop on the other side of the road is probably outside of your control. Is that a fair understanding of how?
Yeah, I can't really touch anything off my property.
Yeah, recognize that. The roundabout that is proposed, I think that was one of the recommendations out of the traffic impact study.
Yes.
So that would be the roundabout at Clover Basin Drive and Larkspur Drive, correct?
Correct.
And that's a single lane roundabout, which is essentially designed to do a couple things. Actually, you know what? Let me ask you what your intention is with that
We're gonna say
before
the same
I
thing.
opine. Yeah.
Slow traffic down.
Okay.
One, putting a light there, it's too sharp of a curve. People are going to come speeding around that thing and slam on their brakes. So slowing traffic down. It also allows for safer pedestrian movement north-south. Crossing through a roundabout versus a potential 4-lane expansion, much easier said than done, but still doable. Roundabouts provide a higher level of safety for pedestrians with signalized intersection lights for pedestrians. It gives them a safe harbor in the middle, and then they can transition to the next lane. So that's our intention there, is to slow traffic. We've heard from people who experience this traffic, it's a racetrack and then a parking lot. And I believe the parking lot starts to fill up a little bit west of our property. So whatever we can do to slow traffic down. Also, roundabouts allow an easier ingress, egress from our site rather than a right in, right out only. So it's just a better flow of traffic. Americans are still getting used to them, but they work really well in Europe once you figure them out. So yeah, our intention is to slow traffic, easily bring it in and easily bring it out, and also provide that ped connection. We think the roundabout's an important piece instead of having people try to cross 4 lanes of traffic.
Right. So it actually not only slows traffic, but actually makes more efficient traffic flows than just having hard stops in certain places.
Theoretically,
Right?
once we figure them out.
Yeah. Oh, and we have
Gotta drive through.
roundabouts in other parts of Longmont now, so hopefully those are not complete strangers to folks who are on the road. Walk me through. So what I don't see here is one, the roundabout specified here or in the concept plan, and I'm just curious, does that need to be how much of this packet is legally binding with the? It sounds like the developer fully has an intention to build that roundabout, so I don't think this is changing any of their intent here. How much of this is legally binding if it's not in the concept plan or multimodal plan?
So many of these improvements would be memorialized in the annexation agreement.
Okay.
So that's really where we would, if a roundabout is to be required, it would be memorialized in the annexation agreement. Or there might also, it just depends on how it's crafted. Sometimes it specifies a specific improvement. Sometimes it specifies improvements as determined in a accepted traffic impact study.
Okay. So then just to have it on the record, the roundabout will be in the annexation agreement in some way, shape, or form.
Yes.
Great.
Some sort of traffic mitigation there, yes.
Sorry, those are two different statements. Some sort of traffic mitigation or a roundabout?
I believe it's in our agreement, right? in the annexation? We have a final draft.
At
So we
Larkspur
should
and
be
Clover
there.
Basin.
I believe we just refer to the traffic impact study. We
So-
punt the roundabout, but
So all of the recommendations in the traffic impact study would then be incorporated into the annexation agreement? Because there were multiple recommendations from the traffic impact study.
I think just kind of taking a step back is also helpful too. Is we're talking about a concept plan, which
Right.
is the big picture idea. When we're talking about roundabouts, specific sidewalk placements, specific locations of bike trails, I think we're getting a little too nuanced. That's more of a level of site plan or preliminary plat.
Well, I'm not trying to dictate the location here. The applicant has stated that they want to put a roundabout at that intersection. I'm not saying the size of the roundabout. I'm not trying to specify anything there, but that is integral to the safety of that intersection and the efficient flow of traffic or mitigation of high speeds of traffic to do this right and build this appropriately. So I'm not trying to get overly specific, but we have a rough draft of a trail that's going through this. I don't see any reason why it wouldn't be appropriate to make sure that that is captured as the roundabout is captured here, if that is an important mechanism to allow for the transportation flows. And the reason I say that, Jeremy, is like I'm looking at our review criteria, and I won't actually speak to criteria number 6, which Commissioner Saunders is referring to. I'm looking at review criteria number 4, which is the application will not adversely affect surrounding properties, the natural environment, existing or planned city transportation or utility services or facilities, or the adverse impacts of the use will be mitigated to the maximum extent feasible. And based on my read of the traffic study, that's one of the key recommendations to mitigate traffic flows. And I don't think the applicant disagrees with anything I'm saying there. So I'm just trying to make sure that we capture that for residents to know that if this moves forward, this is one of the key pieces to making sure that those traffic flows and the multimodal flows there can be done safely and slowly.
The other thing I do want to add to is that is a right-of-way dedication to the city. So I will provide that it's not the applicant's choice if it's a roundabout versus a light to some extent. Because once it's dedicated to the city, it's the city's determination of what the traffic's going to be like in terms of, are we doing a roundabout, or are we doing a light, are we doing neither? It could just be a driveway. So I'm hesitant to say that the applicant can say it's going to be a roundabout, and I'm hesitant to say that it's going to be a roundabout dictated in the annexation agreement, because ultimately it'll be the city's call in terms of
Okay.
right-of-way.
Okay. But from my understanding, Tyler, it sounds like your team has every intention of building a roundabout or similar traffic mitigation effort.
I would like a roundabout there. And then
Okay.
I'll also comment on something else. So the King property to the east or the west, we've been trying to talk with that applicant. And one of the reasons we have an entrance into their side is because I got them to commit to kind of a road placement. But the reality is that they're going to go do their traffic study.
Yeah.
It's going to layer on top of ours. And we're coming first. We're going to have to fix the traffic at that intersection. So we're going to end up sizing it, not only based on our project, but in the project coming behind us as well.
Okay. I appreciate that. I will move on for now in case fellow commissioners want to clarify that later. I do want to clarify one other thing. One of the important concessions, it sounded like, or agreements, maybe you were fully on board with this, that you and Tyler, your team and residents were able to kind of come to an understanding on here was the step down space, where I think you're in the northern section of the property, right, where you're proposing a maximum of 2 stories compared to the 3 stories within the 35-foot height maximum that you're working with, right? Technically, if my understanding is correct, the 35-foot maximum would still apply to the north piece of this, and your intention is to make it a step down, but I'm wondering if it's what the specific height maximum would be of that step down area.
Yeah, I know where you're going with that. So you're right. I could put 35 feet, 2 stories. We'll call them 2 stories.
Right.
A lot of those homes, particularly the ones in the north east corner there above the green space, those are 2-story homes with gabled roofs. They're probably about 33 feet high. My intention is not to build that high. I think the townhomes will probably be in the high 20s because they're going to be, call it 10 plus a 2-foot gap for HVAC. So now we're at 22 plus a peaked roof, so 26, 27, 28.
And that would be a triangular peaked roof for the townhouse
pitched.
there, a pitched roof of some kind. Yeah. Okay. And I'm wondering. I'm not a fan of requiring density, but I think design things are important to make sure that the community understand is very clear what your intentions are. And so I'm curious if we can get more specific in what's codified here. for what that kind of step down part of this, because that seems like one important piece of making sure that this can kind of transition in the spirit of an RMN zone in Envision Longmont, transition into the community to the north, to step down into those 2-story for sale or proposed for sale townhouses. I don't want to be overly onerous here, but if you're able to suggest something that would be feasible for you, I'd be open to your suggestions there, and you're welcome to talk with your team on that.
Yeah, I think my immediate response is it's really tough to know at this point. Once we have preliminary grading, I don't know how, we're gonna have to end up, how do we pipe water from the far west side of the site into our detention pond? So there's a lot of things. Essentially what you're asking for is a finished floor where I start from and a finished height. I really can't commit to a specific because it's going to ebb and flow by a couple feet depending on what city requirements and code requirements required us to do. So I'd be pretty uncomfortable committing to a height, but I can commit to I'm not going to do 35-foot height 3-story buildings and 35-foot height 2-story buildings because that would look ridiculous.
I appreciate that. I'll think about how I want to navigate that. So thank you there. Let me think. A couple other quick questions for you. You seem to know a lot about the area. In your presentation, you clearly demonstrated like a thoughtfulness to the housing and the best efforts, at least that your team thought could bring to the table at this stage of the process. I know we're not approving the exact design. I know we're not approving a plat here. So just a couple of kind of broader overarching questions for you. One of the central visions of Envision Longmont on page 15 is how a proposal promotes a more sustainable and resilient Longmont. And I'm just wondering, I know we're far back from the exact design specifics here, but if you could speak to how your team thinks through kind of the approach to sustainable design and, that is important in terms of resource use in the community overall. And so just curious how you'd want to answer that. There were some comments on energy efficiency from Michael Morrison and a few others, and just in general, however you want to answer that, transportation, buildings, whatever.
Yeah, well, let's start with product type. I'm not a single family home developer for a reason. They're incredibly wasteful for their resources. So apartments and density are actually a more sustainable way to put people together in living. They use less water, they use less electricity, they use a lot less land. So that's step number one, getting away from the product type. Most city code these days is pretty energy efficient. Most municipalities I see, they're updating their code every few years. I did a LEED Silver project in Denver. It was just slightly more than code. So cities are doing a job of keeping up with code. So our intention is to look at those things. What can we do? Is it low flow fixtures? A big thing is, Energize Denver's coming around, Energize 2030. We're looking at how do we electrify all these things? Is there a feasible path to not running natural gas lines into these things? Can we electrify VTAC units, which are essentially the things that you see in the wall at motel rooms that we're used to here in Colorado. The technology is changing. They're a heat pump system, so they can cool and they can heat. It's been really tough in hot and cold climates like Colorado to implement those. Pacific Northwest, they use them all the time. Our tenant base is starting to get used to having an air conditioner in their wall. So we're looking at things like that. Can we electrify these things? And then it's footprint too. How do we build these things efficiently? Gas ranges are kind of on the out per the federal government. So we're looking at induction, or do we go back to electric, right? So there's a bunch of different things plus the insulation. Insulation values have changed quite a bit. And so code is requiring us to insulate these buildings really well. You can take a couple paths to development. You can develop them really cheap. Nobody knows what's in the walls, and then you sell them. That's not how I was trained. I was fortunately trained as a developer who cares about design and impact and long-term ownership. So I've learned how to design apartments in a way that, I'm not going to get resident complaints because I didn't put enough insulation in the walls and they can hear their neighbor. So it's looking at this thing holistically from the land. How do we use, do we split this out with non-potable water, right? That's a good way to, reduce energy use and water use in the city. So we have a lot of tools and tricks. It's usually going by code and then looking what can we add to.
Great. Thank you for that thoughtful answer there and just the general thoughtful approach. I know you guys handle a lot of different properties and work on a lot of different projects, and everyone is slightly different in terms of what it has to tap into and leverage in terms of resources. I think my last question here goes to kind of more design and fit, right? There's when we think about infill development and doing that responsibly, there is the density in sheer numbers, but that often isn't necessarily reflected in how the overall site is designed, right? You can do the same density really well and beautifully, and you can do the same density not so well and not so beautifully. And so, you know, I don't want to ask you to speculate here on exactly the design parameters here, but what I'd be curious about, there was a really interesting comment that got me thinking from the community, from Morley Beckman, and it was about whether the developer or applicant, in this case you, would be open to some kind of design charrette as the project advances. And I know that's not required in Longmont's process, but I'm curious about your reactions to that, if you've used that kind of a process in other projects. And because I think that, you know, from my experience in those types of charrettes, there are different types of design options that are offered at that stage when you're ready for that. And you have put thought and time and some financial analysis into that, for sure. And then people can see some of the more tangible things that understandably are frustrating to not see at this stage of the process,
Yes.
but are also not required at this stage of the process.
Correct. So I have been a part of a design charrette, and it was a complete mess. I think organized well, they can work. When you have a bunch of people coming from varied backgrounds who don't have the education base to understand where some of these design decisions are coming from, it makes it really difficult to get consensus. So in that charrette, even though we worked months together, what ended up happening is a bifurcated group. It wasn't the neighbors against the developer. It was the neighbor groups against each other, because somebody wanted gable roofs and somebody wanted flat roofs, and they all split up into their little groups. So we ended up with a room of 70 people, and we had 7 different groups of people that didn't agree. So it actually didn't get us anywhere. What I would like to propose in this is just a more open neighborhood outreach. Honestly, I gotta say, for the neighbors that are remaining in the audience, everybody's gone home. This has been a really friendly and cordial process. You guys have brought immense passion and concern to this, but also in a really reasonable manner. I've gone through a lot worse in other municipalities. So I just want to give you guys kudos that you're doing this the right way, you're interacting the right way, and I hope to continue that dialogue. So that said, not a full-blown open-ended charrette, but yes, when we get into design, I mean, sure, let's talk about flat roofs and gable roofs. I can pull these neighbors together, have some offhand meetings. We probably we'll end up doing another one, but we can have some offhand meetings, particularly for the people that we're directly impacting, just to get their thoughts and processes. Now, I'm going to dilute that process quite a bit so that we're not talking about every possible design. I'll bring, what's the realm of possibility, and just get a reaction from people and see how it goes.
Great.
But the general, I'll call it disorganized charrette does not go well.
I appreciate the distinction there of types of organization.
It has to be intentional, and I'll get the neighbors who care and do want to show up and do want to have a constructive conversation.
Good. Well, I appreciate that, and I take you at your word there that, and especially given some of the other updates you've already made, that you would show up to that conversation in good faith.
Absolutely.
And bring some, again, financially realistic options to
not
the
just lip
table.
service.
And have people be able to weigh in and share their opinions on that. So thank you very much. I will let you take a little break for a moment. Josh, just a quick question. Any chance we have any of the capital improvement plan clarifications? Welcome back.
Yes, sir. Good evening again, Commissioner Popkin. I did look at the 2025 recently approved capital improvement program, specifically in the streets and transportation portion. Did not see any specific CIP, projects listed for intersections or even really some of these roadways, Airport, Clover Basin in this general area. Dug a little deeper into even TRP 111, which is the system maintenance, TSM, where we do perform things like missing sidewalks and some other types of projects. And again, not anything specific in this area.
Thanks for looking into that.
Sure.
Can I ask you one technical clarification here? We're looking at the intersection of Clover Basin Drive and Larkspur Drive. And developers said they intend to do a roundabout, presuming that checks all of the city's boxes there.
Yep.
Walk me through, many of the concerns that we heard tonight and in our packet related to literally crossing the road. How do you cross the road safely across Clover Basin? I know there was an existing crosswalk, but there are no lights, there's no signals, and then there's, in theory, a roundabout that's going to basically displace that. So what are the strategies when we think about transportation and pedestrian access and safety here? What are some of the common strategies for pedestrian crossings through roundabouts?
For me, when I think about a roundabout, I agree, is going to efficiently move traffic at that intersection. I want to think about moving pedestrians just a little bit away from that vehicular circulation. So you may see examples. Martin Street's got several roundabouts here in town. You'll see a splitter island on those approaches. There's typically a refuge island within that area, which just means there's a place for pedestrians you may make it halfway, right? And you may need to refuge there and wait until it clears again so that you can continue to cross. I think some other examples that may have been mentioned were, lit crosswalks. So you're talking about RRFBs. So that's, you push the button and you get the blinky lights, right? So those are some strategies and some things that can be done to try to help get pedestrians safely across in certain areas.
Great, thanks. I mean, that to me feels like a big priority of this intersection and making sense out of some chaos, right? And so when there's a roundabout, we figure out what's the right pedestrian crossing fabric that goes in there. What's the part of the process where that gets clarified? Like, I don't want to assume. Actually, let me clarify just one thing, given our discussion on it with In-N-Out last month. Is it fair to assume that the applicant here, if they're able to build a roundabout at the city's request, would also be building other pedestrian crossing infrastructure?
Yes. The difference in this application and last month is this is all public right of way.
Okay.
Right. So
there's no other private property owner to negotiate with.
City Street and city sidewalk on the south side of Clover Basin will be future City Street and sidewalk on the north side of Clover Basin. That was a bit of a unique situation where there was a private access drive and then a commercial development.
And another private owner. Yeah, okay.
Yes.
So in this case, within the city and the developer's control in this case, like the roundabout and any of the safe pedestrian crossing infrastructure that you were just discussing, crosswalks, the lighted signs, whatever is optimally decided, that is all within the control of this developer plus the city.
Yes.
Excellent. I'm relieved to hear that. Extremely relieved to hear that. So then, likewise, building on that, what is the appropriate time in the process to kind of clarify the pedestrian infrastructure? Because admittedly, like, we don't see that here, but I understand that that's going to come at some point. So just for everyone's like reassurance, in this case, like, when does that come in, and what is the most likely solution here?
Sure. And we might have talked about process a little bit. We talked about there's a traffic study obviously included with this annexation application. It's been reviewed and approved by staff. We would expect that with any additional subsequent applications, they're going to update and refine that traffic study as what they're going to, based on what they're going to put on this site and how it's going to be developed, right? As they get more information and more detail on the site, they'll update and refine their traffic study and other reports accordingly. So that's my understanding, and you can jump in and correct me where I'm wrong. I think the typical steps for a development like this is annexation, or larger property like this is most likely going to have to go through a preliminary plat, assuming they subdivide into more than 3 lots, and then ultimately final development application with the site plan and final plat. So each one of those steps, preliminary plat, and then ultimately final plat and site plan, will get updated reports and refined information. Really, the final engineering doesn't happen until that final development application with the final plat and site plan.
All right, thanks. And then just to clarify from our discussion before, there's no improvements to some of the other intersections referenced in the traffic study beyond what's directly adjacent to the, like in the capital improvement plan, which is run by the city, there are no current improvements to.
Right, so Clover Basin Airport Road, Clover Basin Fordham, there's nothing currently that I saw specifically.
But that's also beyond the applicant's purview in this situation. And so it is an unfortunate situation here that, at some point, frankly, it sounds like the city will probably have to figure out in a different way, but it's beyond the applicant's responsibility at this stage, right?
At this stage, yes.
Yeah. And Jeremy, Jennifer, anything to add on that? No, we agree. Well said, Josh. Thanks. I think we're good for now. Appreciate the clarifications.
You bet.
I will reserve my time for now. I see some fellow commissioners have some questions, and I really appreciate staff and Tyler, your clarifications on the project.
Commissioner Boone.
Thank you, Chair. I too would like to thank all of the community members that came tonight. This has been a long evening and really appreciate all of your input, along with staff and the applicant. I'd like to just make a couple of comments, and I have just a couple of questions. Just to clarify, maybe for the neighbors more than anything, this little strip along Clover Basin Drive is a zoning area that is by design different than the single family to the north and the single family to the south. And I think it was maybe Jennifer that made the comment that being compatible does not necessarily mean being like. And I'm fearing that some of the homeowners may feel like that this particular zoning are the big 55-foot high apartment buildings. And that's not what this is. This zoning is for smaller apartments if they end up being apartments. So it's a step in between. And considering the fact that Clover Basin is an arterial, I think it's an appropriate use for this parcel. Quite frankly, I wish this whole infill, the Schlegel property and everything was being annexed, because I think having these little pockets in the middle of the city have presented a lot of problems over the years and will continue to present that. So truthfully, I feel less inclined to bend to the whims of the homeowners in the Schlegel property. And I'm listening more to the ones to the south because they're actually in the city. So that's just a couple comments. I have a question. I have a couple questions though. Jennifer mentioned that if this is not divided into more than 3 lots, that we won't see it again. Is that right? And Josh seems to think that it'll be divided into more than that. So I'm confused about that. And the reason I ask that is because there's been talk about the planning area 1 being developed by Habitat, and that would be great, but there's nothing in our materials that said that. And the Habitat projects are for sale projects, right? So I'm wondering if we can make that a condition or not, or if that's beyond our purview. I would hate to give a blanket approval of this annexation and then never see it again.
So if I may, assuming that Habitat is the developer of the northern portion with the for sale townhome product, that would absolutely trip a preliminary plat.
Right.
So I think it's more likely than not that this commission is going to see this again at some point in the future. I can't say for certain, but I would say it's more likely than not.
Because the truth of the matter is we haven't seen any of the big apartment buildings that have gone up in town because they don't have to come through us because it's not a subdivided parcel. So when we have the opportunity to have some input on a parcel and we have no architectural stuff shown on in our packet whatsoever, it's kind of hard to make that decision. And I know, we referenced Bond Farm before, and I'll reference it again. When we were looking at that parcel, and they came with very basic concept plan. And then the next time they came back and they actually showed us what they wanted to build, we all kind of went, okay, great. This is compatible with the neighborhood, even though it was much, much denser than the surrounding neighborhood. And I kind of feel like this is that sort of thing as well. I feel better that the transportation issues might, well, will be addressed in the annexation agreement. It seems like if we were recommending this to be annexed, that we would have seen the annexation agreement as part of our packet. Did I miss it? No? We don't, okay. Okay. Okay, that was my comments and my concerns. I would love to see at least part of this to be for sale property. And having Habitat on the north side, I think would be a great way to do that. But it doesn't sound like we can make that conditional, so I'll leave it at that.
Commissioner Saunders, and before I go to you, are you going to be quick? Relative? No. Okay. So we are coming up on our bewitching hour. We are tasked to go to 11 o'clock. If we are to go past 11 o'clock, we have to have somebody make a motion and approve the motion for us to go past 11 o'clock. So I am asking the commission if somebody would like to make said motion. Commissioner Popkin, I think, is going to make it.
With staff's forgiveness, I would like to make the motion to extend the meeting to 12 o'clock. Or do I need to?
No, you don't
specify?
have to.
Beyond 11.
Beyond 11.
That sounds ominous.
That does.
Okay. Well, with staff's forgiveness and whoever wants to stay from the community, we welcome you and hope you get some rest tonight. I make the motion to extend.
I'll go ahead and second that. That way we don't have to mess with your mic. And Jane, let's have a vote.
Commissioner Tetta?
Aye.
Commissioner Boone? Chair Poland?
Yes.
Commissioner Popkin?
Aye.
Commissioner Saunders?
Aye.
Chair, that passes 4-1.
Thank you. Okay, now we'll go to Commissioner Saunders.
Thank you, Chair Poland. Yes, and it's always weird to say sorry for going longer, but because I'm torn too, because it's an important piece, and the Schlegel probably has been around for some time, and I remember different boards and councils in the past talking about it and the annexation and how important it is, and so I'm going to try and be succinct as best as I can. So of the three things that we're really looking at and recommending, the annexation, which I approve of. I think that that is a great idea, and having these pockets being brought into city services. I'm on the fence about the density. It sounds like the density, if this annexation and zoning district move forward with city council, then it's more than likely that the density question will be potentially brought back to zoning and commission. Fair, maybe. Possible, I said possible. Probable?
I mean, the density question, if there were an approved concept plan and they were seeking to change the density, it would come back. But typically that only happens if they're seeking to increase the density. And since they're requesting the maximum, close to the maximum density for this particular zoning district and future land use map category, that basically sets the parameters that, you know, they can always do less, but they can't do more.
Okay, I'm going to go with that, and I'm going to go to my next thing. Thank you, Planner Hewitt Apperson. Mr. Erickson, can you come back up for a second? And I'm sorry to put you in the hot seat, and I think maybe some of my questions about the different maps should go to Mr. McGreen at Norris, so I might follow up with him on that. So the density, I'm curious why you guys chose 18 as far as the max. So if it goes, because we sometimes have to speak in hypotheticals, if it goes to preliminary plat and it's 18 and it's somehow decided that you 16 or 12, what happens on your end? Are you out? Does it not pencil out under 18?
Yeah, if it falls much below
Yeah.
17, 18, this is not a financeable project.
Okay. And then I believe in somewhere that the the 18 and the zoning was decided on, because 18 is the floor for mixed family. And did you also say that these are going to be more rental properties? Is that
Yes.
fair? Okay. So, the counselor stepped out for a second. So I have to segue for a second. I was going to ask about inclusionary housing, but I'm going to need Jeremy back. So can I talk to Mr. McGreen for a second? I'm sorry. I just wanted to follow up because I do think there's a big difference between a concept plan and a multimodal plan. So are you a planner?
I am.
Okay, so in your design process, so for my design process, program what the client wants. The client here wants 310 units on this property.
Sure.
The site, generally speaking, there's other things. The site inventory, would that be a fair next step? If I say site inventory is to take inventory of what's on the site, a green field, can we fit it? Does it work with code? You know, all the inventory pieces.
That's correct.
Okay, so then site analysis is program what the client wants and does it fit in with the site?
That's correct.
Okay, so
yes.
site analysis. So that's why we're here. We're looking at compatibility
Sure.
at site analysis. So when I'm doing site analysis, I do a lot of neighborhood research and how it fits in or is compatible to the rest of the site.
Sure.
So this is to my point of multimodal transit.
Sure.
And not being able to see how it fits in, having to go, I sort of feel like this is not my homework, but this is the applicant's homework,
Sure.
is to show how it fits in.
Sure.
This is my rub. Because when we talk concept plan, that goes with, it's a legal binding piece that goes with the annexation. And the multimodal plan is legally binding to the application process and whether or not it's been provided, which I'm
Correct.
having trouble seeing. Because
Okay.
I don't, and I don't need you to explain it. I need to see it and have it written out so where I can read it, which I feel I've done a pretty good job of doing that. So that's okay. So I just want to clarify that that is my problem with the two different plans being merged into one. It's to Mr. Erickson's point that it's both. Or no, he said it was the concept plan, correct?
So
Because I don't think it's fair to have it say that it's both in my perspective. And that's all I can bring here. It's one vote of 5. Yes? 5. Sorry, it's late. So I'm only one vote. So that's my perspective. And that, for me, doesn't meet the criteria of number 6 for the application. And I understand that you want to explain it to me, but through 900 pages, I probably should have gotten it already.
And I guess, and I might clarify too, so here's the actual concept plan. So the concept plan is kind of overuse land use, and we talk about those
Yep.
things, right? And what the multimodal plan is a layer on top of that of discussing that. So I guess I'm a little confused on what we're lacking in your opinion, because one of the items you discussed was the map on this map.
Yeah,
here.
this is the cities.
Correct. So
This is the
city's map.
multimodal, yeah, and how it blends in with that. And if you looked at the
Right.
maps that I showed earlier, zooms out quite a bit so that we can see how it fits in to the rest of the city. And in my mind, that's part of the compatibility issue. And so that's what I want to see, how your site is going to propose to be compatible with the neighboring sites, right? Where are the sort of ideas of the connectivity? You know, they have one bus stop on there, but not the one across the street, right?
That's not our
on
property.
I understand that. No,
Yeah,
but I understand that. That's what I'm saying, that you're not proposing that on a multimodal plan. You're saying that as a site inventory piece. That's not part of the proposal piece. That's where the difference is for me. So the multimodal is what's existing and how your site reflects that. Your proposal reflects what's already there. That's what my compatibility question is, how the proposal is reflected in these other transit or multimodal pathways, if you will. So that's why I have a problem with it. And plus they're designed to do different things legislatively in our documents. So blending them together is a challenge for me. And it may not be for other commissioners. It is for me. And I would rather it be seen how it works with the other neighborhoods, because the compatibility of this project in our city is really what I feel the planning and zoning's job is. We're not here to do code. You look through code before you get here. Planners know code, although they're not QC for code. I feel like that is an improper pathway. And we're looking at the compatibility, the flavor of Longmont, and how that relationship is going forward with development. So Julia Pernack, does anybody know who that is? If we had all the pictures on the wall, you would know who she is. Thank you, Commissioner Teta. She is a mayor from some time ago. I've already dated myself, which thank you for understanding. She made a comment at Times Call about, we were talking about there are issues of being a donut hole in city of Longmont along Main Street. And she said it's not her responsibility to dictate who develops in the city. And I sat on that for a long time, and it really feels like, it is the applicant's responsibility to understand the site and understand the culture and understand the pathways and tell us how you're going to respond to that. But there's lacking in these plans for me to understand that. I appreciate the environmental impact study, but that comes with site selling and buying. That's sort of part of it. And the traffic study, which I'm so sorry I haven't even talked about yet, but is really impactful. There are some pretty serious traffic implications with this site coming on and taking quail out. I mean, you lose a huge piece of access and traffic coming off the site by taking quail out of the annexation. And that's a really big deal because it goes from 9,000 cars to 11,000 cars. And while it's not impacting the intersection at Quail and Airport all that much, not to where it affects code, but Fordham, is it Fordham? It's Quail and Fordham, not Larkspur, where you're talking about Clover and Fordham, isn't that what I said? Where it's down a little, and if you look at, I've gone off track again. So I just wanted to be fair on that point about the different maps and how that they are very different to me, and having them be explained to me during the meeting is a little, I think, harder on everyone rather than being in the packet already, right? So that I have that and I can look through it and see how it's connected already, and everyone else can see how it's connected already. To Mr. Erickson's earlier comments about doing, I'm not going to call them design charrettes, but not interventions. Oh, it's late. Engagements. Thank you, Commissioner Popkin. Engagements, I heard that also in April. And so I'm wondering too, like, how much has happened in the last 7 months of this understanding of the site, visiting the site between the two of you? How much interaction have you had with the communities around? Because I'm just going to let you answer that first, please.
Yeah, I'm going to defer to Tyler.
Oh, thank you, Mr. McGreen. I appreciate your.
Not any, because we haven't had anything to talk about. We heard the concerns of the neighbors.
Okay.
We heard the height, we heard the traffic, we made those adjustments in our site plans. Honestly, our site plan hasn't changed much from the concept that you're seeing today, because that's all we have to operate off of in this level of process that we're at now. So in talking with the neighbors, it would have been talking more about the site, the same thing over and over again. So once I have some actual elevations, some actual site plans to talk about, yeah, happy to do that.
Well, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. You said you did several bike trips out there and had talked to some of the community members.
Me personally, yes.
Yeah. Not as a.
I didn't do a bike trip with the neighbors, no.
Right. Okay. So you're saying, and you said site plan, or do you mean concept plan? Which?
I said site plan and concept
Yeah.
in a couple different. So what are you asking? Did we talk about the site plan?
That you said your site plan is ready to go.
No, I did not say that.
Okay, that's
our
what
site
I
plan
thought I
is
heard.
not ready to go.
Okay.
Our site plan is.
Yeah.
Oh, we're on the wrong screen.
Well-
All we've had is the concept plan that you guys saw. There was the concept plan that was shown.
Not a multimodal plan. It's a concept plan. Yes.
Sure.
Okay.
Concept plan.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to understand this project, because where you're saying that this money's coming from out of town, and right? You said in the April meeting that the money is coming from, Vista Residential, Alta Vista,
Yeah, our
development.
headquarters
But
are-
yeah, and it was my understanding that you were telling the meeting that 70% of your money comes from out of state, and these are new developers and they're excited to work here.
Sure.
Fair enough? Okay.
Sure.
So that's what I'm trying to get at, right? I'm trying to get at how it is compatible with the community, right? And how, I mean, an annexation's a pretty impactful deal to the neighbors. And I have concerns about, well, I like the idea of quail being, you know, in the county and nice and for everyone to walk. I would love to give that to everyone. I think everybody would love that. But, you know, to some of the comments, you know, Clover Basin's getting hit pretty hard with a lot of the impact in the traffic and the height of those buildings. So to the height of the buildings, if you will. Can you go back to your concept plan, please? On the north part of the property, you have the inventory or housing at 2 stories.
Jennifer, do you know which attachment it is? Which tab it is up here?
Which one are you looking for?
Site, just our
Click on the PowerPoint. Yeah, go to the PowerPoint.
PowerPoint. There we go. Is that the one you're looking for?
Yeah. No, your concept plan. Yeah. So that peachy band up there on Quail. Oh, that's a good one too.
Either one.
Yeah, that one's bigger. Yeah, for the 50-year-olds in the house. That's different than what we saw in April, and also with the green banding the parkway.
That is correct.
And you said that was reaction or response to
Neighbor
neighbors.
feedback.
Yeah, I have seen that in code actually, and it was also part of the Bond Farm project where ones that when the higher density is coming in next to a lower density, right? And so Envision Longmont wants that density all the way, envisions the density all the way across to be mixed neighborhood, but it's single family and then single family. So when you have those densities next to each other, and Planner Hewitt Apperson, maybe you can help me out. There's a schematic in code that designates that sort of transition zone, that those that are closer to the lower density, within I think it's 100 feet or whatever, they are second stories rather than the higher 3 stories. I
So
couldn't find it. I'm
it's
sorry.
The residential compatibility standards, and
Yes, thank you.
that typically relates to non-residential development that are higher density mixed use development that's adjacent to residential districts.
Can you, I'm sorry, can you tell me that code number?
That's what I'm looking
Oh,
for right
I'm
now.
sorry. You just had it off the top of your, I thought you were reading it.
I had to.
See how wonderful the planners are.
There we go.
Jeremy set the bar with that, throwing code out earlier.
So for some reason, there we go. Section 1505, 200 residential compatibility.
1505.
So basically says multi-building developments, so building organization and design, so subsection C, part 2.
I'm sorry, 1505 what?
200.
1505, thank you.
And it really only relates to non-residential zoning adjacent to residential zoning. So it talks about multi-building developments shall be configured to locate the tallest and largest structures the farthest distance from residential zoning districts. So it really only talks about, this applies to development that's adjacent to lots that are zoned for residential uses, specifically RRU, RSF, and RMN. So if it were if there were, say, an RMF that came in next door to this, it would need to meet these standards.
Oh, okay, so it's the
But
jump. It's not
it's
the next doors.
It's not,
Okay,
so
okay.
this,
Yeah.
that would not apply
That's
here.
my question.
Yeah,
Okay.
that would not apply.
Because that's what I thought was happening in Bond Farm, and I thought that was like, oh, there's Planner Hewitt Apperson right there. That was a great suggestion.
And effectively, this concept plan takes the spirit of this section.
Yeah.
But they aren't required. That requirement is really only
For the jump, the
is
big
really
difference
only
between
for
the what it is right now, in my opinion, is the residential urban. It's like 1 dwelling per acre, right? But it's going to be 18, right? And so trying to figure out that 18 without having this conversation. So I appreciate Mr. Erickson being here. When you came to 18, and if you scroll down in this 1505-200 residential compatibility in the code, you get to the inclusionary housing. Came up, Counselor Terrell.
That would be section 220.
Yeah. So did you at all look at this, since these are more rental than for sale? Did you look at the inclusionary where it can go bumped up to 20?
Yeah, that was a consideration, but I don't want to push the density any higher than that. That's already caused a lot of concern. So I'm said differently, I'm not asking for a 25% density bonus above 18 DUs per acre.
No, I was just wondering, because there's a lot of support in this language from City Council about specifically, I think it's C, about how they recognize that City of Longmont needs more of that rental, and so certain consideration, is that the right word? For the going up to 20 for the sorry, development. Because it's still the same inventory, right? It's still the same type of inventory if it's at mixed neighborhood. What we're doing.
Residential mixed neighborhood.
Yes, thank you. Residential mixed neighborhood, and it maxes at, or typically maxes at 18. But the difference in my mind is not only the density going up higher for mixed family, right, the next level of higher density, but it's also the inventory that's allowed. And I appreciate you being conscious to do that smaller, to do that mix of inventory. But it's not, you don't have to. You could do all.
Right.
Yeah.
And that goes back to something that, a couple things that have been said. It's like, and I think Commissioner Popkin, you said this, density can be done well or it can be done poorly. I could put a 55, we could ask for RMF, do 55-foot height in a terrible way, or I could do it in a really good way. It'd probably look just as good as me doing 35 feet in a terrible way. So yes, there's a very intentional approach to this. I never intended to ask for RMF. I don't want to do the height here. I actually think that height's inappropriate. So that's why we're consciously doing 18 DUs per acre. I understand the difference in the neighbor's opinion on whether that's dense or not. But candidly, 18 DUs per acre in this location in the city is very light. Typically, and I work in a lot of municipalities, 20 DUs per acre is considered like rural greenfield zoning. That's your density limit. When you get further into the city, it goes higher. So 18 is actually a pretty light use, and I actually think it's the appropriate application for this property because it is a transitory use. There is no zone district below residential mixed neighborhood. It drops to single family. So this is the next step up. There is no other step up.
From what it's asking to be zoned right now?
From the adjacent use, residential single family. There is no zone district between residential single family and residential mixed neighborhood.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we're asking for the least.
And that
intensity
18
use.
though is the max for, in the floor for the other. That's what I'm asking. And because there's that special provision in there about, well, I don't know if provision's the right word, for going up to 20 and the other bits in the inclusionary housing. Because that's where I get a lot of my intent for city council and city councils in the past and citizens of the past is the intent of the code, right? As I'm sure you and the other collaborative parties do on your development review.
Commissioner Saunders, if I could jump in just
yes,
for a second.
please, thank you.
I just wanted to note a couple things concerning the discussion. So 220 doesn't apply yet. I know it's a good frame of reference for looking at affordable housing, inclusionary housing, things like that, but that's not on the table right now. I just want to make that clarification.
Because
it's not at a concept plan.
Right. Certainly. And it's hard, as you can understand, because we don't have that annexation agreement. So we don't know a lot of the story and how things are developed. And, we also want to make sure that we're reviewing the maybe some of the thought processes that city council had. So you know, maybe they want to look at this. Also looking at, and I know this isn't a possibility, and I'd love to hear the hypothetical on this, about if there's a pathway for when we're doing annexation to go into, oh, I'm not going to do it. I wanted to ask about open space and how that pathway goes. And I know it's too late to even broach that subject, but I know it's been an interest of city council and other community members that, you know, it looks like open space, but when we say open space in land use and in planning, it means other things, right? And so I wanted to talk about, I'm trying to segue and be briefed, and it's hard because there's a lot of important issues on this project, and I appreciate your time. For the northern side of the project, it sort of does feel like the properties to the north, although they're single family, same as the south are single family, that the larger inventory, the taller inventory is on that side, and the traffic is all flowing down into Clover Basin. Because we don't have that, the project doesn't have vehicular accessibility except for the emergency one up into Quail.
Correct.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna do my traffic bit and then I'm gonna be done. Okay. Can Planner Hewitt Apperson, it's gonna be in the packet that I need a specific page. I'm gonna see if I can get to the, it's in the traffic study, but I don't know exactly which,
Okay.
part. I just have the page.
Attachment 12.
Yeah, it's attachment 12.
Thank you.
Yeah, so in the if you use the HTML version of the packet as well, you can access the individual.
I know, but I do analog and I write my notes. I'm so sorry.
I do analog too.
I know, because, you know, that's how I learned. Okay, so I wanted to pull up on the screen, the traffic ratings, and I think I want to do the build out. Well, I mentioned earlier that the existing traffic volume, and that's on page 572, but if you get close, I'm going to go up higher. On that page, it has Clover Basin getting, in 2024,
That's all right.
it has, 572 maybe.
This is the individual.
2024 existing traffic volume, figure cut off. I know, there's gotta be a better way to access these. So it's
Yeah, give me a
9,000
sec.
now, and then it's going up to 11,000. And it doesn't affect, and it's my understanding, and traffic engineering might get called up for this. It's my understanding that code says D is fine at intersections when projects come in, but not like four-way stops or any other intersections.
Okay, so roughly here.
Good evening again. Josh Sherman, Junior Administrator. Let me try to answer what I think was the question, but I'm really just going to reference the code just so you can maybe
That's fine.
hear it if that's okay.
Yes.
We're citing code sections
I-
1505, 150. Levels of service under F, transportation, general standard. The key word you're going to listen for is signalized. So for all subdivisions and developments, the applicant shall demonstrate that with the planned development, the transportation level of service for any signalized intersection located within 1/2 mile of the development site or directly impacted by the development shall not fall below level of service of D. Any of the directional movements compromising 5% or more of the total entering volume of a signalized intersection during any hour of traffic shall not fall below the level of service of D, and shall not exceed a volume to capacity ratio of V to C over 1. So my read on that is when we consider levels of service related to the code, it's talking about signalized intersections.
Yeah, that's my question. And I'm just trying to find out why, because if we pull up, we can get to that one, page 586, is that? Oh, yeah, go down to 586. Thank you, Planner Hewitt Apperson. Yeah, I can't see it, so I think maybe that's it. So the intersection at Clover Basin and Airport Road in 2024 is already a D and E rating, leaving Clover Basin onto Airport. So do projects, they inherit that existing D and E rating?
It's the background traffic, yes.
Yeah, so if it's already D and E rating, it's gonna just be D and E or go worse, and there's no code.
So, right, I think about it like this in terms of capacity
Okay,
above the minimum.
yeah,
So arterial streets, signalized intersections typically at arterial streets, capacity moving traffic through town, right? So there's different ways that the code addresses that. I'm waving my computer like it's the code.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. One of them is through the TCIF, right? The Transportation Community Investment Fee, which happens with all developments, but not until time of building permit.
Okay,
And those fees go into a specific revenue fund for capacity improvements related to development.
and that's the city does that. The city will
Yes.
make those improvements.
That
So
goes back into
I'm-
the CIP.
So this is on the city's task list, I'm guessing.
It is,
I bet it's somewhere, you don't have to tell.
it's
That's
on a
totally fine.
priority list.
Great. Okay, so this is what where I'm headed here, and why I'm asking that it's not affecting the intersections, because this neighborhood, right? Quail seems a little unfair because the Quail gets all this, and it doesn't go all the way through, so I don't want to say that it's unfair. It just seems that the traffic volumes are very different, and then the traffic volumes on Fordham and Clover Basin go bad. They go from A's to oh no, it doesn't go there. It goes from D's then to E's, and on 586, if you scroll down, and this is what I thought they were talking about earlier, the applicant, about doing the roundabout, but I guess you guys were talking about Larkspur, not Fordham, correct? Because that's the one right next to the property, but it's gonna get into the ROW anyways, and so that whatever they say they want to do, I don't know if it matters because the city has to take care of it anyways because it's part of the city's right of way.
Clarify which portion again?
Oh, the one on Larkspur, the city is going to take care of because it's in the right of way.
The developer, per their approved traffic study, is going to make the improvements because they're adding the north leg to that intersection
At Larkspur.
at Larkspur.
Yeah, so they're gonna do the roundabout.
Yes.
Or traffic mitigation.
Yes.
You're welcome. Thank you. But nothing's happening at the two-way stop at Fordham, further east, where they go.
There's currently nothing in the traffic study that's required for them to make any improvements at that intersection.
Correct. But on the traffic study,
Okay.
they're talking about that the mitigation recommended is at Clover Basin and Fordham. This is what I'm talking about, looking at larger picture and the difference between the multimodal plan and the concept plan for me is seeing stuff like this and how it affects those neighborhoods. That's a high impact. If your kid's walking there normally and then it increases 3,000 cars at peak hour, that seems like a lot to have to then navigate this two-way stop. And I am guessing that the reason it goes into the model and all the cars are going to the east is because it's D&E maybe at the intersection. But I don't want to guess people behavior because that's not my purview.
Correct. And I think it's just important to understand which movements, right?
Yeah, yeah,
are going to those lower levels of service.
Succinct. Yeah.
If it's those left turns versus the through movement or the right turn movements.
Yeah, because through you're just going to go through and those those 2 stop signs are just going to have to wait
Mm-hmm.
for a long time.
Mhm.
It's 3,000 cars an hour
Mhm.
at peak time.
I might have to
No?
let, what's that? I might have to let Caroline come up if you have specific questions about the traffic, but
Okay.
what I recall from the traffic study is they did do an analysis about making it a 4-way stop, and it didn't help, and
No,
may
it
have
made it
actually made
worse. It did. It made
So-
it worse. And that's what I thought they were talking about. I'm like, that's mad props for them because they're really seeing the community and they're connecting to the community that I know and love. And I think that that's my thing because I'm not a planner. I'm not an engineer. I don't do the code part. That's happens before it gets to me. Mine's compatibility.
Okay.
Yep. Nope. That's great. Thank you.
Mhm.
Yeah. So
So my name is Caroline Michael. I
Oh,
work in
thank you,
traffic
Caroline.
engineering. So
Yeah.
I do have like a few points, like I think important points to make about some of the
Thank
level
you.
of service evaluations. So one, a level of service is a measurement of vehicle delay. So a worse level of service means that vehicles are being delayed more. So it doesn't really have anything to do with safety directly, as some residents might think about it. So if we see like a poor level of service, usually D or worse than D is how our code reads. But so like at Airport in Clover Basin, we have protected only left turn operation. So that's a pretty calculated trade-off for something that might increase delay. Like, yes, you can't turn on a green ball or a flashing yellow arrow, and you have to wait for the green arrow, but there's a safety benefit from that, and we have seen crashes go down at that intersection, quite frankly. And at Clover Basin and South Fordham Street, we have, so I can't tell what year is on this figure here.
Oh, yeah, just scroll
But
down. It should be 20.
so in some cases, when developers do traffic impact studies, they're assuming a really like conservative, case. Like, nothing's gonna happen at Clover Basin and South Fordham Street. And while it's true that Josh mentioned earlier that there's no specific plan in the current CIP to address this intersection, the city is working on like a citywide, like a lot of safety efforts right now. We're going over. We have a lot of crash data. Like I know that there's crashes at this intersection. It's not a surprise to me. So right now, do I have everything I can tell you? Like, oh, we're gonna make this a 4-way stop, or we're gonna make this a roundabout in the next 10 years? No, but I just wanted to point that out. That sometimes, unless we have a very specific planned improvement that we're putting at an intersection, they're going to make a very like conservative assumption that there's going to be no change.
I appreciate that assessment and feedback. And I just want to note that intersection that you're talking about where that lag time is, there is that signalized crosswalk for pedestrians versus at the 2-way stop at Fordham and Clover Basin.
Yeah, Clover Basin in South Fordham Street does not have any like enhanced pedestrian crossing treatments. The signal at Clover Basin and Airport does have a pedestrian operation, so you can press the button and get the walk signal in.
Yeah, that and for pedestrian part of the multimodal pie, the pedestrian bit of that. I'm just because the applicant is talking about walkability and how you can go over to Whole Foods and well, yeah, if you're only going Clover Basin, right? Because they're going to stop for you. They're not going to stop for you if you're going the other way, if you're trying to cross, right? So it concerns me, the walkability there, and some of the citizens who live there, and they're experts at living there. So I want to listen to them because they know the site and they are living with this. That's really just rhetorical. I'm not asking you a question. I'm sorry, I'm kind of thinking out loud. Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you. I don't have any more questions about
Thank you.
the traffic.
Commissioner Popkin.
Thank you, Chair. I just have one more question for Tyler and the development team. And thank you again for your patience and clarity throughout this evening. There's one thing we really haven't talked about, And it's relevant if this is going to be more of a rental property. And I understand that's market's decision. I heard comments from, let me think, who did, I heard comments from Peter and Jen and a few others about kind of like what the market availability is. Look, you're the one taking the financial risk at the end of the day, and the community is taking the availability risk, right? And so there are two things. I think at this stage, I'm going to hope that you're running your numbers really well and making the best decision for your property and what you think is going to make sense there in context with what the community housing needs are, and factor in the balance of for sale and for rent. And I'm reassured that you're already exploring those conversations. I know they're not finalized and formalized yet, but with Habitat for Humanity. So if right now, assuming that this is going to be a majority rental, the one thing that I didn't see in the transportation was, and maybe it's not required at this stage, but I'd love to at least understand how you think about it with some other properties, which is, we've talked about the bike connections, we've talked about the bike lanes that you're connecting into. For rental properties, are you thinking of having more, like, are these going to include garages? Or are these going to, and if not, I want to understand, and maybe regardless, how do you think about bike parking in a development that is more intended for multimodal access, for use, and that connectivity, and you need a safe place and secure place to store bikes, especially in Colorado where we're getting all these e-bikes now?
Okay, so a couple part questions. There we go. So let's talk about the parking first. At 18 DUs per acre, a typical site like this with a 3-story building, I can get up to 22, 25 DUs per acre. That's kind of a normal unit mix with a 3-story apartment.
Sorry, DU is? Dwelling unit.
Dwelling unit, domestic unit, sorry.
Thank you, it's late.
So we're going to have some space on the site for standalone garages if we can, fit those on there. But I think given the lower density, we can actually find room for those. The other thing I like to do is tuck under garages, meaning that the first floor of the apartment is actually a garage. On the back side of that would be a unit, but the first floor of the, call it street-facing garage, we'll try to, new urbanism policy, try to face all the garages in so that, you're not looking at a bunch of garages from Clover Basin. So I like to provide those because I find that people move here from out of state and they think, great, I'm just going to park on the street, and then they go through winter. So usually garages are in pretty high demand come in about a month when people have scraped ice off their windshields. So with tuck under, we're probably going to get about 1/3 of the total unit count of tuck under. So maybe a little less, call it 85 to 90 tuck under parking spaces. The towns, the 2-story stuff on the north side of the site, those will have a garage. The rest will be surface parked.
Okay, so then when we think about, we want to try to encourage bicycle use and bike
So
parking.
there's a couple of things we can do. More urban areas, bike theft, you hit right on the head. We provide, or I like to provide personally in my developments, a bike room, bike mechanic room, bike storage room with secure locks that's actually in a facility that's not in an open area. It has to be secure to the tenant. So I like to provide some sort of storage maintenance type shop so people can have a place to work on their bikes. They can store their bikes instead of dragging a dirty bike into their apartment. And then another thing I like to do is I'll probably buy like 10, 15 bikes, and whether those are electric or not, maybe split the difference. But I like to provide bikes for maybe tenants who don't have them yet. Bikes can be a very expensive thing to purchase when you first move to Colorado. So as a management operation type thing, we'll buy some bikes for our residents to check out because I think it facilitates the use of bicycles if they can.
Great. I know that's not required at this stage, but really encouraged to hear
Yeah.
that. And hopefully folks, the importance of that is not just to support bikers, right? That actually reduces vehicular use as well and traffic in the area. And so there's a real tangible value of providing additional, might call it amenities, but services really to encourage bicycle use.
Absolutely. If I have a tenant that owns a car, but they don't own a bike, and they say they have to drag their bike up to their apartment, I want to reduce the amount of friction it takes for them to get on their bicycle and ride it to work rather than get in a car.
Yeah, great. Good. Well, I just want to thank you and your team and staff, front of house and back of house staff, for staying this late so far. I saw you, Josh. Thanks. And everyone from the community who's still watching or will watch this long recording and who's still here. I'm going to summarize what I've learned from this because it's really helpful. And if anyone is a recurring viewer of our little camaraderie here, you know that I often will propose conditions on development when we have the authority and ability to do so. I don't actually have any to offer at this stage, recognizing the part of the process that this is at, and that the responsibility of staff, planning and zoning, development team, and city council to continue to see this through responsibly as we go forward, because we have confirmed that north-south pedestrian and bike connection through the development that you're proposing in the concept plan there in orange. We've confirmed that the Quail Road access is going to be emergency vehicle only, plus pedestrian and bicycle. We've confirmed that max height of 35 feet and clarified that that really is what is the governing height restriction for this entire development, regardless of the story. Likewise, we've not confirmed the exact height amount for that 2-story amount on the north side that's intended to be a step down, but from what you've shared on the record, it sounds like it'll be somewhere between 25 and 30 feet. We have confirmed that there is both some combination of landscape buffer and park or recreation space on the east side of the property, and maybe more incorporated into the property as you see fit is going forward, but that's what you've kind of committed to in the concept plan. We've confirmed that a roundabout is the likely transportation solution in partnership with the city at Clover Basin and Larkspur there, along with numerous other pedestrian crossing areas that will be strategically integrated, let's say, within some vicinity of that roundabout to allow for safe pedestrian crossing, vehicular flows, bicycle flows, and other transit and vehicle flows. We have confirmed, or you've stated on the record, kind of a good faith effort to get input on design when it gets to that stage.
Yep.
And I think that's really important here when we're trying to kind of integrate this density appropriately. I understand that you have to make something work financially here, and hopefully the community better understands that here, but also will take you up on the opportunity to thoughtfully contribute to the design there, because that can make or break a project like this and how it integrates. You've stated on the record, and this was, I think, news to and refreshing to hear for a lot of folks here, that there will be you're aiming to have a for sale element of this in partnership with Habitat for Humanity.
Yes.
I know you can't confirm that. We're not going to require that in the concept plan, but that's something that you're interested in. You've clarified the relationship, and staff has helped here too, between this proposal and the property to the west that is going through the annexation process, including both the vehicular connection, or maybe lack thereof in terms of its impact on the Quail Road north side, and the connection from your property over to the city of Longmont's pedestrian and vehicular, I guess it's really just pedestrian and bike connection across the north side of the property and the property to the west. And we've also just clarified, and this is always helpful for me in orienting on this project in neighborhoods, just that this is actually this is a higher density than the immediate surroundings. And that's what the Envision Longmont document said was allowed here, right? And you're responding to that in kind. But we've also clarified that this is actually lower density than the southwest side of Airport and Clover, where there is a higher density of units around a little commercial area. So, with that, my 2 comments here at the end of this are, I think it's really, really critical, especially for staff and the development team here, that we get that Clover Basin and Larkspur intersection done really well. And that will offset some of the impacts and safety concerns that we've heard tonight. Maybe not all of them, but we try to mitigate that as much as possible. I can't think of, for the life of me, something to specifically require at this stage, but I think that we have heard a lot of folks back of the house, front of the house, and from the development team here speak thoughtfully to how you're approaching that intersection, and that it's fully within the control of basically the people in this room to get that right. And then lastly, I cannot stress enough the importance of conscientious design in this space when you're trying to blend between 2 different zoned areas and make this work well. And so it seems like you, from what you've described on kind of the sustainability elements of this, the transportation elements of this, that you bring thoughtfulness to these proposals. At a certain stage of this process, we have to accept good faith and well intention, and I hope that you will live up to that.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Saunders.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Pullen. Jeremy, I just have two quick questions. On criteria 6 for applications, the word adjacent for adjacent developments through street connections, sidewalks, trails, and similar features. It's my understanding that that is different than surrounding on 4. I just had it. Number 4, the criteria, the application will not adversely affect surrounding properties, the natural environment existing. I'm trying to understand the difference between existing and surrounding. Because I do like the annexation. I think the density is too high at 18, and the applicant has said maybe 17, or I think maybe even as low as 16, but I appreciate how it pencils out at a certain number. I really do. The proposal part of the criteria that we're looking at, I have some issues with that I hopefully spoke about more eloquently than it sounded in my brain, that it doesn't quite fit the applicant part of the criteria for me, and that's where I might want to consider putting conditions. Understanding that we are a group of people, though, I'm not seeing that that is going to be well received, so I might just motion it and then move on so that we can wrap it up as soon as I hear back from Jeremy. Okay, I will. Oh, specificity.
I can't give you an answer to your question,
Okay.
but I can give you kind of my thoughts, and I believe it's up to the commission as commissioners to make that decision for what that criteria and how it applies to this application. Looking at 4 and 6, I will note that 4 is mostly looking at the surrounding properties. I, in my opinion, surrounding means very close by, pretty much adjacent. And I think that's actually the language they were using somewhere in your question, Commissioner Saunders, and I forget the point. Or the
For
or
6?
adjacency.
Yeah, 6 is adjacent and 4 is surrounding.
In 55?
No, so in our, it's page 21 and, where'd 6 go? Criteria evaluation for the applicant. There's 6 criteria per section 1502.055.
Is it actually in the code or is it?
What did I do with that other piece of paper?
Okay. I couldn't see the word
Just it-
adjacent. I was just misreading.
Yeah, I know, I
probably
had to
'cause
throw, it's buried in there.
1138.
Yeah.
So I think looking at 6, I think it's up to the commission's discretion on what adjacency means in that context.
Okay.
I will note there's a qualifier before that of where appropriate. And so
Yeah.
I think it's important for the commission to consider, what's within the control of the developer.
Yep.
And the applicant, applicant is better than developer.
Yep.
But also consider where we are with a concept plan. And I wanted to jump in earlier and just mention this point. When we're looking at concept plans, we talked about a lot with Bond Farm, and I don't want to belabor that point in that prior discussion. But I just wanted to point the commission to 1502.060A3, which talks about what a concept plan must include.
I'm sorry, can you say that more
Yes.
slowly?
1502.060A3.
060A3?
Correct.
Thank you.
It's not specifically mentioned in the council, in the communication of planning and zoning, because we're focused on the annexation and whether or not it meets the actual criteria.
know. Yep.
But as a concept plan is a requirement of the annexation, it's kind of incorporated into the commission's decision. And that's why we're having the discussion about the concept plan and things
Yep.
like that. And I just wanted to highlight that a concept plan, and reading from A3, includes the following general information: appropriate land use, utility, and transportation design, including multimodal transportation access, given the existing planned capacities of the system. mitigation of potential adverse impacts on surrounding properties and neighborhoods, and mitigation of potential adverse impacts to the environment. So I just really want to focus on the elements of general, looking at the high-level approach, and looking at appropriate given where we are in the current phase. I just wanted to reiterate those concerns.
I appreciate that, and I do understand that there's a lot of unknowns. I really do. But there are some knowns, like walkability studies, right? So that we can see the claim of it's so great and walkable, and I can go to Whole Foods, but there's no crosswalk in the intersection. I know it's not for code for an intersection with 2 stop signs to go so poorly from I think it's a C to a D or a C to an F, and that's a concern for me. And I think that that's closing in on the criteria for the application, not the annexation, not the zoning, but the application, because it's really like 3 things. That's why I think this one's complicated and deserves a lot of review. So for me, the yes on the annexation, yes asterisk to use for the zoning with the application, not the zoning district, but the density chosen for the proposal, with it at 18 per the traffic study, while it doesn't crush that intersection at Clover Basin and Airport, it has high impact on Fordham and Clover Basin. And without seeing other plans and how it interacts with that traffic study, you can't just look at traffic like right in front of the property. That's why the traffic study goes further out, right, than just what's adjacent or touching the property. And that's what I would want to put on as the condition for the applicant to add a multimodal transportation access with walkability, and how the traffic at 18 is affecting that versus maybe 16. And I know you can't do a comparison, but it would be helpful to the study of this site and its compatibility by having those conditions. But I don't have that quite formulated yet. And so I think it's appropriate to put on the condition of the applicant so that the density itself is looked at, because at 18, it goes 3,000 cars at peak hour more, and that's quite a bit on Clover Basin, and that's the only access that they have right now, except the project has right now, except for potential one on the west. But that's potential, right? We don't know if that's going to happen. Were you going to say something? Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Popkin.
Thanks, Chair. Commissioner Saunders, I respect where you're trying to go with this, and I think maybe I can clarify a couple things because I thought about this question too. I think what you're trying to get at, as someone who's workshopped a number of condition languages over the last year, I think what you're trying to get at, and unfortunately I don't have a condition for you, but what I think you're trying to get at is if the proposal proceeds at 18 units per acre, then you would like to see X, Y, and Z of improvements to the transportation system. I think that's where you're because you're saying at a certain level of density, there's a higher volume that would spill over into certain areas. I think the challenge that we were discussing earlier here is that the applicant only has so much reach in terms of what even the applicant and city can do for this one proposal for some of the intersections in question that you're flagging. And I respect the fact that you're looking at the traffic from a systems level, because it really is that, right? It's not just an isolated island of one intersection or two, driveway spouts out. I think, unfortunately, the intersections that you're pointing to in question aren't within their purview, which maybe I'm misunderstanding which ones you're focusing on. And if that's the case, then I don't know what condition would satisfy that requirement.
That was a great compilation of what I'm trying to say. Absolutely, and I agree that the conditions are outside the purview of fixing that intersection. That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking for a better study. So when it gets to the conversation about 18 density, 18 dwelling units per acre density, that there's more study elements to evaluate that for council, to be able to see the walkability of the other pieces of the site. Because why are we doing that traffic study that's further out from the property boundaries, right? Because those systems are affected by the density of this project. Right? It's tricky.
So are you looking for a way to measure the walkability and not the traffic? Or in essence, we're measuring the traffic, but you want to measure the walkability.
I don't see that the application for 6 included appropriate transportation plan, including the multi-transportation access, and that it is integrated and connected where appropriate with adjacent development through street connections, sidewalks, trails, and similar features. I'm not seeing how it's connected to the rest of the neighborhoods, which I think is an appropriate transportation plan. So that would be my condition, is to do a transportation plan that we could evaluate with those other connectivities.
But that's what attachment 14 is showing.
This one right here, this is the concept plan.
That is, yes.
See, I do not agree but
that's
they
not the concept plan. That's the multimodal.
No, that's what they said is the concept plan. It can't be both.
No.
That's what I'm saying. It can't be both.
No, attachment 7 and attachment 14 are very close, but there are slight differences.
And I don't want to belabor it, and I don't want to put anybody through any pain. That is, without having without having a condition for mitigating the problems I see with criteria 3 and criteria 4 and how the density affects the surrounding neighborhoods, I'm a no on this part of the application. And I can't figure out a way to say no to that and then yes to the other pieces that I like. So I'm just going to have to say no to all of it.
Commissioner Popkin.
Yeah, I share Commissioner Saunders' concerns for the multimodal connectivity, and it's something I look really closely at in like every proposal we get. And in this case, I genuinely, I don't know how much would be different. And in a different situation, I see connections on the north side of the property, through the property, to the western border of the property. There isn't really anything northeast because it's intentionally blocked by the landscaping. And then, I don't even have it up in front of me.
Oh.
Then on the south side of the property, we see it across to the intersection to Larkspur, which is the main intersection that they have control over. And then we see it as a pedestrian, like a sidewalk and bike lane connection on the east-west side alignment of the south side of the property. And that stretches from everything I can think of to the maximum borders of the property for pedestrian, bike, and vehicular. And then when you add in the transit stop that they're going to improve that is on an existing line, the transit system itself they don't control, nor do they control the stop on the south side of Clover Basin. I look at the multimodal access in terms of pedestrian, transit, bike, and vehicular when we're talking about multiple modes. And I don't know what else they could do at this stage, even if they were trying to maximize it much further. I mean, unless we're going to start governing the width of certain bike lanes or sidewalks from more relative to more density. So I guess I'm trying to figure out what you would want different, and I don't know what that looks like.
Okay, so visually, when you're looking at the transportation plan, you're seeing other intersections that are not directly connected to the site. you're saying that you have seen the bike, trail, bus, things that are directly attached to the project? Yes. Except for traffic. Traffic has the outliers of other intersections that are not directly touching the property. Why are there not trails, bus, other systems expanded out from the property? That's what I think is part of an effective evaluation system, and why the applicant is asked to show a multimodal plan, how it connects to other systems within the city of Longmont. Because the systems, to your point, are systems, and so you have to see where it goes through. And to your point about the RTD bus station, it's my understanding that RTD decides that.
It's an RTD stop.
Yeah. So they're just noting it because it's on the property, is my understanding. So, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm not trying to punish.
No, what I appreciate about your point, and I now I understand your point very clearly, I think. So let me see if I can articulate that and then respond. What you're looking at the transportation system here as a network and a system, as it is, and that is true, and that's, I think, really important for people to understand. Unfortunately, in the piecemeal patchwork quilt of land development as it exists, from my understanding, like across the country, we are unfortunately in a reality where you're building one square at a time on a blanket that needs to be woven together ultimately to look pretty. But we can't control the ones that are there with this one site outside of a capital improvement plan process that city council and staff would work on to improve other intersections that are disconnected from the property in question. So when we're looking at the traffic impacts, which I understand are system-wide, if it's not directly attached to the site, it's outside of the purview of the applicant and what the city can require the applicant to do in this situation, as frustrating as that is, given the circumstances. Am I understanding?
No, but thank you for the wording. I'm not asking for them to control things outside of the site, outside of the boundary. That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking for the analysis of the other systems and how it builds into the network of the rest of the neighborhood. So no, I understand that's outside of their control. I totally understand that. But part
it's
of the
analysis that is not not provided.
But that's what a multimodal plan is for me. In the experience that I have, is that when we're doing a site analysis, we do look at the outside systems. We do look at the neighborhoods and how our system's going to connect into the other neighborhoods. So we just have different experiences.
And part of it is because I know this area and I know where these are connecting.
Yeah.
And so when they show the bike and footpath going up past Quail Road,
Right.
I know how it gets to the bike path from there.
And that's your experience, for sure. But that's not my experience. I don't live on this part of town. And so relying on the citizens in their experience, because they're the experts that live there, saying that there's not a crosswalk. I can't, now with all of the cars, it's already so challenging. And when we're looking at transportation studies and seeing the boost, why are we not looking at the other systems and the not connection of sidewalks? We look at connection of sidewalks too, and what the developer's going to do on their site. But how do we know that that's part of that process if we don't know the missing connections? So I know it's late, and I know that I'm the outlier on this, and I appreciate the conversation, and I think it's really important for city council as they go through it. I appreciate their endurance watching this for 4 hours or whatever it's going to be. But I think my comments have been well vetted, and I don't want to belabor it. This is, I think I'm good.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to put my 2 cents forward. Looking at this and looking what the developer has done already to help mitigate some of the issues that were brought up by the local residents. I appreciate the work that they've done. I appreciate the connections that are there. I appreciate the fact that they were willing to do what they're doing with Habitat for Humanity and working with them to try to get some for sale. I also appreciate the fact that part of this is done because the city chose to make this a mixed neighborhood. The city said, we want 6 to 18. Unfortunately, there's not a 6 to 12. There's a 6 to 18, and the city says that's good for that piece of land. So the applicant is agreeing, is reaching all the requirements that the city has put forward for that piece of land. So I am for this annexation and plan. Do we have anybody who would like to make a motion? Okay, I'll go ahead and move that we approve attachment 1, which is Quail Road annexation PZR 2024-10A. Do I have a second?
A second.
Commissioner Boone, seconds. Do we have any other discussion? Jane, let's have a vote.
Commissioner Tetta?
Yes.
Commissioner Boone?
Yes.
Chair Poland?
Yes.
Commissioner Popkin? Yes. Commissioner Saunders? No. Chair, that passes 4-1 with Commissioner Saunders dissenting.
Thank you very much. This item will now be forwarded to the Longmont City Council for action. If you are unfamiliar with council procedures and intend to appear before City Council, please contact the Planning Division for further information at 303-651-8330. Okay, let's move on. Next, there is a final call. So if anybody has anything to say that is not something that was on our agenda today, the public's invited. You have a final invited to be heard for 5 minutes. Jane, did we have anybody signed up? Nobody has signed up. Please come forward.
Just looking at, sorry.
And remember to state your name and address for the record.
Garth Lindbergh, 1121 Alder Way. There was the one map where it showed about 20% of the property being like a greenway on the east side.
Uh-huh.
If you take away that 20%, it's actually like 22.3 units per acre. But
They get the...
I don't know how that works. but-
Well, anyways, and this is supposed to be for things that we were not discussing.
Oh, I'm
today.
sorry.
No problem.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Seeing nobody else come forward, I'll go ahead and close out public invited to be heard final call. Next is items from the commission. Commissioner Saunders.
Thank you, Chair Poland. And I apologize, I took the thing off my screen. I wanted to, say thank you to everyone for their patience. And this is an important topic. But the one I wanted to talk about is the land acknowledgement. I just turned it off my thing. And I wanted to also say our land acknowledgement and discuss whether or not we can have it said at the beginning of our meeting rather than at the end. Because everyone leaves at the end. And I think it's an important thing to keep in front of our mind. So I'm wondering, can we just agree on that, or do we need something more formalized to do that, or discussion?
I think we need a motion if we were going to have something that would be said at the beginning and or said at the end.
Okay. You would like a motion?
Do you want to read it first and then we can discuss the motion?
Read the motion or read the acknowledgement?
The acknowledgement.
Okay, yes, I would like to read the acknowledgement. Thank you, Chair Poland. We acknowledge that Longmont sits on the traditional territory of the Cheyenne, Arapaho, Ute, and other indigenous peoples. We honor the history and the living and spiritual connection that the first people have with this land. It is our commitment to face the injustices that happened when land was taken and to educate our communities, ourselves, and our children to ensure that these injustices do not happen again. Adopted by Longmont City Council, July 13th, 2001.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Poland. Would you like me to make a motion? Thank you. I would like to make a motion that we read the City Council, the land acknowledgement statement at the beginning of our meetings rather than at the end.
We have a motion, we have a second, any discussion? Jane, let's take the vote.
Commissioner Tetta?
Yes.
Commissioner Boone? Chair Poland?
Yes.
Commissioner Popkin? Commissioner Saunders? Chair, that passes 5-0.
So Jane, I think therefore what we will need to do is add an item to the agenda after the call to order and probably roll call. So, new step 3, that would be the land acknowledgement.
Can we do it under communications?
Well,
Our agenda is in bylaws.
It is bylaws. That is bylaws.
that is,
Our agenda is set in bylaws, right?
Why don't we just throw it under communications?
That's what I think too. That's staff communications.
Staff can read it.
Okay, I have a, well, we approved it, but I have a suggestion. We look at the bylaws next month for the year. So,
yep.
so next month, in every January of the year, I believe we take another look at the bylaws. That's where the agenda is specified. I think we all agree with the intent of Commissioner Saunders, and considering, I believe now officially, we can, like, since Commissioner Saunders will be a regular commissioner in January, you can make sure that you hold our feet to the fire on that. But I will maybe encourage the chair to take it upon us and remind us just in January to make sure that we just update the bylaws in the spirit of what we just voted on.
we can do that.
That would be my suggestion for the sake of time.
Commissioner Saunders.
Thank you, Chair Paul and Jeremy. This is my official written and verbal notice that I'm making a change to the bylaw because I have to do it within 5 days before the next meeting.
Okay.
You're welcome. Thank you. Well, because when you read through it, you're going to be like, oh, wait, we can't do it until we have notice, and we already moved on it. So,
Next year.
okay. Yeah, Dennis, like, I'm out.
Commissioner Popkin.
Very briefly, just want to thank staff and anyone else who's still watching, for whatever reason you might be, for sticking with us tonight. And most importantly, all the staff back of house and front of house who stuck with us, and just wish everyone a happy and restful end of the year. I believe this is our officially last meeting of the year, and thanks for all the support and work and responsiveness to my emails and other questions and conditions throughout the year. Really appreciate it.
Commissioner Saunders.
So sorry, thank you. I just wanted to say thank you to all the commissioners that will be retiring at the end of the year. We appreciate your service.
Thank you.
Commissioner Boone.
That's what I was gonna say, Amy. So thank you, Chris, for all of your years.
Thank you. Is this officially your last one?
Yes,
Yeah.
this was officially Chris's last meeting. Thank you, Chris. Wow, it was a pleasure working with
It
you
went
for.
by quickly.
Yeah.
12 years.
At 12, you're welcome. We made it into the next day.
Do we have any other items from the commission? We do not have Council Representative Rodriguez with us today. Items from Planning and Development Services Director Grant Penland.
Happy Thursday. And I'll apologize. I'll echo Commissioner Saunders. I would like to at least give you a preview of what we are trying to put together for upcoming items, including some training and topics that were raised. So this is not set in stone. I won't quote the Burns poem, but something about best laid plans. This changed earlier this week. So it's still subject to change, but just walking through, looking at January, the hope would potentially be to do a study session in advance of the actual meeting to discuss, I'll say high level, basic commissioner training, as well as I have it described here as URA training. And one of the impetus for that is we're actually going to have a URA item, Urban Renewal Authority item, for the commission's review. And the intent is to actually get that done in January. So looking again at the formal meeting, we may, still yet to be determined, have a conditional use site plan for a Quick Trip. And then, as I mentioned, there would be that URA item on the same evening. And then further moving through, thought from a timing perspective, it might be appropriate to bring an update and kind of an overall review of the progress of the Longmont Transportation Mobility Plan. So not something that council or the commission will have to act on, but timing wise, we wanted to bring that in front of you. And then looking into February, I know we had talked some specific topics after having some further dialogue with staff. We have in the past kind of done some planning commissioner education training on a high level. I think Commissioner Boone referenced kind of a session or a potential item for that. So we thought we might use an opportunity to do that before we jump into specific topics. Again, not definitive, but we may have 2 variances where the commission would be essentially wearing their BOA hats for two variances that I have listed there. Again, still very tentative. We thought it might be good to have those on the same evening to kind of keep the topic the same. And then looking towards the end of February, jumping into one of the other topics of discussion that was raised by the commission. And again, this is somewhat staff dependent on timing as well, but talking about e-bike trends and bicycle parking.
Is that the 26th and not the 22nd?
Yes, thank you. Good catch. Nope, we're gonna make you come in on a weird day. Yes, the 26th, thank you. So the special meeting. So that's as far as I got. Again, having had to change this 2 days ago. We'll coordinate and communicate, of course, as we solidify this, but at least wanted to share that with the commission and get initial thoughts, concerns, but at least give you a preview.
Thank you. Commissioner Popkin.
Yeah. First of all, thank you. I was going to ask if you didn't bring it up, but figured I'd save time and just ask you after the meeting if you didn't share a specific update. Really appreciate already the responsiveness to 2 of the 3 study sessions that I suggested we explore. Wanted to clarify that so the distinction between the end of January discussion on the Longmont Transportation Mobility Plan, that won't include the e-bike and bike parking one, because that does seem like relevant if there's an ability to like kind of sync those up.
We could. I looked at the bicycle parking and e-bike topic as pretty detailed and specific, as opposed to the overall transportation mobility master plan on walking through kind of the process and how they have got to where they are right now, and then looking forward to what the next steps of adoption of that broader topic is. Now, as part of that, they may kind of give an overview of the bicycle aspect of that multimodal, but that's why the distinct difference, I guess, in the separation. So
Got it. Yeah, I can see that there are different depths, different focuses. One's more broad overall community level, and one is more specific topic. I'll leave it to your discretion there. If this topic, since we're having a special meeting anyway on the 22nd, that's the 22nd. If we're having that special meeting anyway, and you think that topic is less than an hour or about an hour with questions, I might suggest we try to combine this. This is the same topic area.
Sure. Yeah, we can definitely explore that
if it's possible and available, conditional upon staff time.
Absolutely.
And then the only other comment was, I trust that you're looking into the drive-through thing as well. My only preference there would be that if there was another drive-through proposal that would be coming to this commission, that we try to have that study session before we see that. So we'll follow your discretion there. You seem to have a sense of the pipeline there. So I presume you would know if one was coming up in the next quarter.
Hopefully, yes. Sometimes things come in faster than expected, but yeah, that would be the intent, was to get that in front of the commission beforehand.
Appreciate it.
Commissioner Boone.
Thanks. Grant, would you mind sending that slide to us?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we can share that.
Okay.
And
I'm
I
trying
guess,
to write it all down, but
yeah, I can share that. I guess the intent would be to, once we get it further solidified, actually share that with the entire group. But I can share the draft now as well.
that'd be great, because I'm planning a couple of trips.
Okay.
And I would like to work around it if possible.
Understood.
Commissioner Saunders.
Thank you. Special meeting, is that a study session? So in the bylaws, we talk about regular meetings. I don't know if it's specified study sessions, but I think there's a difference about study sessions. There's no motions and there's no public invited to be heard, or maybe there is on study session. I just, no public. Yeah, so it would be a study session is what I'm understanding, but there's some special.
And you're talking about the 22nd,
Yeah, the
26th
special
meetings?
meeting.
Yes.
that's up there.
Yeah, no
So study
action.
session.
Yes.
Like okay, that's what I think that might be important to delineate for the public.
And I think I differentiated just from a regular scheduled versus a alternative date that isn't regularly scheduled. That was my differentiation.
I appreciate that. So no motions at this
Correct.
one,
Yes.
just information.
And
That's
it
what I
would
like.
be recorded.
Yes.
But no public invited to be heard.
But can they come and listen? And
yeah.
will it be live streamed? Ooh. Dallas has
So,
already left the building. He's like,
it-
nope, I'm out.
It is up to the chair if we want to do public invited to be heard. If public show up and they want to speak, it's a public meeting.
Yeah.
So we can't say no. Again, we call our fourth meeting of the month a special meeting. We can call it a study session. It's.
Yeah, I would differentiate
versus
between
that kind of thing.
a second meeting of the month versus a study session. A study session is just really information being provided to us with no public hearing items.
Yes.
So, yeah.
I just think it's important when it goes out, like when people
Yeah.
know what the expectations are, and that's too.
Understood.
As of right now, we'll see what happens at the beginning of the year. Oh, Commissioner Popkin.
Yeah, and just to clarify, since I proposed the study session originally, the intent was not for it to be like an open call for like every opinion on this. I wanted the commission to get smarter on these topics so we could kind of better navigate them and determine if there are certain topics we might want to have public invited to be heard on down the road if we are suggesting amendments to certain codes or protocol. So I think that was intended to be informational and discussional for staff and commissioners. You weren't at the last meeting when I proposed this, so just.
I watched it. I know what's going
I was just clarifying the intention. Well, Commissioner Saunders, you're welcome.
Anything else, Grant?
Nothing else.
Okay, thank you very much.